They're all the same. Very small.
Hi, how are you?
Let's try it
How
over
are you?
another way.
Getting better every day, thank you. Yeah.
This is what I always.
Oh, me too. Oh, yeah,
I hear you.
yep.
Okay, Valerie, are you ready?
Yes.
We're gonna go ahead. Okay, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Niles Main District Library Board for July 16th, 2025 at 7:06 PM.
Trustee Kadir,
Late with prior notice.
thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld?
Here.
Trustee Rozanski,
Late with prior notice.
thank you. Treasurer Vitello,
Present.
Secretary Toy,
Present.
and President Key.
Present. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
7:07. Margaret.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, my name was here. I didn't even see it, but, you know.
Whatever.
Yep.
It is what it is.
All right, for public comment, I call Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. Since you are having budget discussions tonight for fiscal year 25 to 26, I have decided to provide 3 guidelines to assist in your decision-making process. I will elaborate on each of the 3. 1, remember the past. Learn from it. Many members of this board in the past have made errors, whether by omission or commission. Some refuse to acknowledge them. The community, however, does recognize them. We require that you do better and or learn from them. Do not repeat them. 2, project the present as best you can. Exemplify the best of the library and our community. Everyone on this board has been through at least one budget-making process, some of you multiple times. Sometimes it is difficult to determine what the next fiscal year will bring us. It is your responsibility as a group to provide guidance and your best estimate of likely occurrences and provide for a buffer and a cushion for the unexpected and the unpredicted. 3, protect the future. It's in your hands. I have any number of times indicated that you must look further just than the next 12 months. Remember, seeing the forest for the trees. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else in the room like to make public comment? I have not received anything.
Thank you. All right, we are on to consent agenda. Is there anything that people want to pull out of consent?
I want to pull out a trustee report. I'd like to make a
Okay,
brief trustee report.
all right. Anyone
You
else?
beat me.
Pardon?
You beat me.
You pulling it out as well? Go ahead
Yep.
first.
Oh, I also would like
No,
to
I think
pull
we
out,
do it later.
I'd also like to pull out the communications and committee reports, so
Okay.
those 2 things. But I think we vote on the rest, right, Valerie, and then talk about those things?
Yes.
Okay. So we're voting on A, B, C,
And E.
and E.
So vote first and then talk about the ones we pull out.
So that's approval of the minutes, payment of the bills, the treasurer's report, and the executive director's report. Are there any questions or comments on those things before we vote?
We need a motion.
Okay,
That was your
we need,
I motion to pass the consent agenda. Is that okay to say it that way?
Yeah, no, but you have to say pending, with the exception of what's being pulled out.
With the exception of D and was it F?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. That's why you're here.
I did my job.
I totally appreciate it.
And who seconded?
Suzanne.
Suzanne, thank you.
I wanted to clarify, it's treasurer's report that's being pulled out, right? That's
No,
for-
trustee
trustee
report.
report.
Oh, it is trustee. Thank
Trustee
you.
and communications.
Thank you.
Trustee reports are first then.
Don't we have to vote on?
Yeah, we have
sorry.
to vote
Yeah.
first, vote first.
Yeah, I knew that, I said that.
That's okay. It's hopefully not gonna be a long night.
Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Rosetsky?
Yes.
Treasurer Botello?
Yes.
Secretary Choi?
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
All right, which trustee would like to go first?
Thank you. I attended a Rails webinar on Saturday, June 14th, entitled Trustee Training, Library Director and Board Evaluations. It was a very informative program. You can find the slides in the trustee SharePoint section, and I hope I have that right. Okay, on the Niles Main District Library website. I also completed the L2 iLead Trustee Training Portal. It's an excellent course that covers essentially everything a trustee needs to know. I learned a lot, and I'd like to recommend that all trustees take the course. I mean, it is truly covered from A to Z. It was good. That's it.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So that's the training that we actually had a presentation on as a board.
Correct, right.
And,
Yeah.
you know, we talked about, we all know about it, and what we, some of you may not be aware that our director, Valerie Marshall, has been working with Senator Laura Murphy on legislation to have that become, so there is actually a bill on the floor right now to have that be part of, maybe not a requirement at this point, but definitely very strongly encouraged by all library trustees in the state.
It's really exciting.
It's very exciting.
Oh, it's good to be in the state senate for a good reason.
Yeah.
Well, she's done a couple of good things for us here at the library.
Trustee Kadir?
So I just wanted to make a statement of thanks. Trustee Trunco last month unexpectedly resigned. He was an invaluable part of this board. He worked very, very hard on library issues, cared very, very much. I know from my interactions with him that he was always trying to do what's best for the library. He was someone who would be willing to change his mind. He had strong opinions about a lot of things, but if you talk to him, he'd be willing to consider the alternate opinion and change his mind on things. And he just put a lot of time and a lot of effort and cared a lot about the library. So I wanted to make a statement. I know President Keane thanked him last month, but I also wanted to say something. Just to say thanks to him for his service to the community as a trustee. And, we are, as we can see on the agenda, going to move down the list and look to fill that position in accordance with state statute, passed by the Illinois Senate and House.
Thanks to Murphy.
Thanks to Senator Murphy and others as well, but a special thank you for Senator Murphy for that. And I just wanted to say, I think there are going to be some very big shoes to fill in that role, and hopefully the new trustee that we decide to appoint is someone who's going to pick up that mantle and work just as hard to serve the library and the community.
Thank you.
I know I'm not a trustee, but may I say something?
Sure.
I'd like to thank all of the trustees who attended the 4th of July parade. We had a wonderful turnout from the community, and it was pouring down rain. And we still had wonderful staff who showed up, and I'm especially thankful to Trustee Rosansky, Treasurer Botello, and President Keane for showing up and supporting us as well. So thank you.
No problem.
I have something to add to for trustee reports. I just wanted to invite everyone. We have the Illinois Library Association conferences every year. It is this year, it's October 14, 15, 16, something like that, whatever that week is.
I'll send an email about
Yeah,
it.
and the Thursday is trustee day. It's always on Thursday. So if you're interested in going, it's a very valuable experience to hear.
Where is it located?
It's in Rosemont this year.
Oh,
Correct.
Yep, don't have to
I
stay overnight
think
anywhere.
I'll force myself to go.
So, I mean, you can network with other trustees from across the state. You can hear from lawyers and experts in the field. I am actually presenting on Trustee Day this year on intellectual freedom for trustees. So there's something fun, yeah.
Nice.
So I
From
would
going
invite all
to
of you to
most
go.
of them, I would just say it is definitely beneficial.
That's
There's a
Mark
lot
Morgan,
you
Rock-
find out about, other than her speech, or
Let
her
me-
presentation. There is a lot of other things also that is there being presented for us.
Well, and President Keene, after you present at ILA, if you're open to it and the board is, I think it would be wonderful for you to present here the same thing.
I will have to ask my co-presenters, but thank you. Yeah, it's a panel, so it's not just me presenting something. There's 4 of us, so.
Yes. Since it's in Rosemont,
Margaret can hook you up.
And we'll hopefully be able to send a lot of staff this year to ILA as well because it's so local.
yeah, no transportation.
Well, transportation, but no lodging.
Right.
Well,
And no like flights, yeah.
yeah,
Right.
they can go back and forth home with no problem usually, that close.
Anyone
Yeah,
else have?
I'm gonna say we probably should not approve hotel expenses for roofing. I don't mean to be stingy with the budget,
No,
but,
it's
just-
probably closer drive for some of us than here, so.
Yeah, it might be for you
But
especially.
definitely for me.
So I think we're ready for communications and the presentation on the capital needs assessment.
Are we doing unfinished business first, or?
No, we
No,
have to, I pulled that out from the consent
Oh, okay.
agenda.
Yeah, she pulled out communication.
Oh, got it.
Because they pulled it out.
Sorry, great part.
That's okay.
No.
It's not gonna be a long night.
Yeah, so under communications, we have our capital needs assessment, and we actually have representatives from product architecture here to talk about that. I'd like to invite you up.
How are you all doing?
Good.
Good. Hopefully in your board packet, you have a copy of the capital needs assessment report. It's kind of lengthy, but it is broken down into 4 major items that kind of bring together the different goals of the project.
So it was in the online packet. I did not print it out, but if anyone would like a copy, I can go make a quick one, or, yes.
I can actually give you mine if you want to, yeah, if you want to do that. And then I think it's, I haven't memorized, just kidding. But it includes the
Whatever
building
you, if you haven't memorized, whatever you say, we sign off on it, just for that.
I have, we have the exterior envelope and building and sort of site assessment, which is performed by FQC. That was done last year. And we kind of went back and forth with Rich on that and updated it as necessary. We actually contacted Coney Elevators, who are the people that have your elevator maintenance contract, and received a quote from them to modernize the elevator to make it code compliant. We have a team of engineers that Tiffany and I work with on all of our projects, 22 Engineering, who did the MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt.
Please.
So it's grandfathered in currently, or for non-compliance, or?
If we, typically they don't make us modernize the elevator, but you'll start to run into maintenance issues and you'll start to run into the inability to get parts to replace them.
Got it.
So we recommend after 20 years that you try to replace.
Right, but in terms of compliance, are we like in violation, or is it grandfathered in?
It's not, you're not going to be ticketed for a bad older elevator, and it does fit a stretcher into it. But again, if
Okay.
something breaks in the elevator, you're going to start to be in trouble.
Okay.
So the team of engineers, you had an assessment report done about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. We updated it. I will say, let me just finish actually. And then we actually always do a furniture assessment also. We find it's an incredibly valuable thing to have as part of your board expenditures, or the idea of expenditures for the library. Furniture needs to be replaced every 10 years, or in that kind of window. So Tiffany will talk a little bit about how we kind of went about it, and then how we included that in our report. And we did a really kind of quick accessibility report, just kind of going through and look at the library and making sure there weren't things that, as you were asking for, weren't code compliant. I will say, I'd just like to speak, and I'm sure you guys all know this, Rich, for the entirety of this report, was an invaluable asset. specifically for the mechanical system in the building. Our engineers came back and said, I believe he should write the report. And we'll just put our stamp on it. He just has a knowledge of the building that is unparalleled. And I know he and his team, and also we have a fond place in our heart for Dave Trustee, who does the building's in incredible shape. This report really is something that just gives you the ability to understand expenditures over the next 10 years specifically, and then 20 years in the long look. But it's an important idea, especially when you're starting to look at doing renovations to the library, to make sure that you protect yourself against the need for infrastructural changes or expenditures to have to be done. So we have reviewed the majority of the report with Rich and Valerie. Rich has made comments, which we made changes. I'm sure there'll be other comments. We always see this as kind of a working document. Rich has the spreadsheet, actually. The main thing that, if you're ever interested in getting some good sleep, is it's a full page summary matrix that actually looks at all of the reports put together. And on the very bottom of that, which is you're holding in your hand, is actually the summary for all the expenditures by category. So it's the building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and then the furniture, and then the elevator. So really, we just try to break it down into you so you can see it in terms. Because typically, you guys are kind of interested in the big idea. And then if you want to go up into the upper report and kind of understand where those numbers are coming from, it's all in there with backup. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to either through Valerie or Rich ask us for the questions and to explain it. So I can go through the sort of larger pieces of information if you would like, or I think maybe I'll start with going through the summary, looking at where you see the larger expenses happening, and then kind of looking throughout the next 10, 20 years to see how much we believe the library should hold for improvements to the building. So so the first column that you see in your spreadsheet here, what we do is actually look at everything in today's dollars. So the entire report in its entirety represents about $7.7 million of work today. If you were to do all the work that we're talking about, buy all the furniture, buy everything tomorrow, that would have that value. As we go out, we escalate the price by 4%. So by the time we get to 20 years out, you can imagine we're at about 88%.
4% per year?
Yes, annually, yes. And so you'll see these values when they're sitting in the report above. When you see a value in the 2025 column and then you see it in 2038, you'll see that it's much higher. It's because we multiply it by the escalation on top, and that's how we get our values. So in the first year, and you'll see that the report is actually 21 years, because Rich had me add back in 2025, because we usually start at the year after the report is done, because typically you're not doing much work, but that is not Rich's style, because he gets things done quickly. So we put 2025 back in, and then we're out to 2040, which gives you, or 2044, which gives you about 21 years. So first year, total mechanical and architectural in 2026 actually includes the elevator. That's going to be some of those major ideas that we talked about. Get my sheets up here.
And we do have the elevator projected in the budget that we'll be talking about later in this meeting.
Yeah, so major items that start to come due in the first 5 years of the building. So in the first 5 years of the building, there's about $2.6 million worth of work that is encapsulated through 2025 through 2029. Major expenditures in that, there's a series of maintenance issues that FQC has in their report. It has to do with caulking, just keeping up on things. There's some repairs to the building, but overall, again, the building's in pretty good shape. One thing that you will start to see is that in 2027, we start to replace carpeting. Carpeting sounds like a small idea, but it really is quite expensive. And you also have to have a book mover come in to move the books around as you change the carpeting. So in 2027, we broke the first floor into 4 areas: the main lobby and the youth, and then the lower level and staff areas. So in 2027, we did the youth and the lobby. They get the most traffic. The second, in 2029, we did the lower level and the staff areas. Lower level is besides the areas that we're doing now. And then in 2031, we did the second floor, all of it. So we broke it into areas, but we did it all at one time. And at the same time, we also painted. So when we did the carpeting, we're doing the paint at the same time, which is actually just a nice way to kind of refresh the library as we're going along.
In the lower area, you're saying not what's in the proposal?
Correct. So we
So
took that out.
where actually is that? Is that the teen section or what?
It's really where the makerspace and classroom is now. And then we would change the carpeting in the study rooms, I think. But it's not much carpet, actually. The majority of the floor would need to be replaced.
I was gonna say, because we're redoing majority of the lower area.
You're doing, I'm sorry, that's actually backwards. So we're only doing a small area of new flooring, and the rest we're kind of keeping as is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, over, like, I would
I'd say
estimate,
90%, 80%,
90%,
85%.
yeah, something like that.
We would have to recarpet where the adult computers are, the
Yeah.
teen area, the existing study rooms that aren't being changed. So that's the majority of that area.
Okay,
The teen collection in the back.
Yeah, the teen
Yes.
collection, yeah.
I knew that we weren't doing anything there or in the teen area.
And does that include also the hallway and the stairs?
It does.
Yeah, so hallway and stairs as well.
Okay,
And then we looked at, one of the ADA accessible issues is actually lowering the self-check counter. It's too high by code. And then the other thing was including the elevator. So in the first 5 years, those are really those bigger expenses that we're talking about. So total expenditures in the first 5 years is about $2.6 million.
question on this. Do we have to lower all of them or can we get by with lowering one?
You could lower one to be compliant. I would say that lowering them all might be more accessible to the majority of the patrons. It's at a pretty high height.
It was designed for monitors being in the upright position, and the new all-in-one self-checks are on a permanent angle, and the height gives it just an unnatural feel, as
Okay,
well as a reflection from the light.
but I'm thinking if you're making it ADA
Mhm.
accessible, you're lowering it quite a bit.
So it's at 34, which is, I think this is pretty close to 34 actually. This might be 36, but this feels like 34 to me. It's not all the way down to a table height, which is 30. It's kind of in between.
Okay.
And we
'Cause I'm
could, and we
thinking-
have stepped them to 36 and 34 with a little step. And we could break it up into twos if we wanted to, but honestly,
I'm
typically
just
we're doing
thinking,
those.
people who stand, are they going to have,
It's not that bad.
It's
It
not
really
that
is about
bad?
the height of that.
That's
that
the
credenza.
ADA height, that,
Yeah.
that credenza, so.
Yeah, it's
so-
not too
No,
bad.
it's not too
Yeah.
bad. Because I'm thinking, I usually do stand by it.
Yep.
And, yeah. Okay, and
And
I'm
then-
not that tall.
It's gonna go down approximately 7 inches, 7.5 inches.
Okay,
on
So,
page
and then
15.
there's so in the second 5 years, the most major expenditure in terms of the building is replacement of the parking lot. We know we have about $400,000 in the budget for that. That replacement can move around. So you guys are doing a very good job by continually patching and also sealing the parking lot, but at some point, you will have to replace the parking lot because it does get a lot of bus traffic going down the middle. We did include a little bit of extra dollars for a larger base coat underneath the top coat for additional capacity. So again, working document, it doesn't mean it has to be done, but you can watch the parking lot knowing that in the next 10 years, you're gonna spend about $400,000 escalated, depending on what you do it, on repair and replacement of the parking lot. And then honestly, if you go out the rest of the building, it's kind of, there's just maintenance and some issues. You will notice, because we are out 20 years, that about 13 to 14 years from now, you'll start looking at replacing the carpeting again. So that's where the report gets a little repetitive. You'll see the flooring happen again, but we're just giving you ballpark figures to make sure we see carpeting lasting between 10 and 15 years. So, and again, you guys have an amazing staff that really takes care of your carpet. But it's kind of just industry standard that between 10 and 15 years, you're going to start replacing flooring. Okay. I think I hit everything.
Yeah, I think around 2035, we're looking at lights. That
Yes.
was a huge.
That's going to be an electrical. I'm going to get you in.
Oh, yes,
Yep.
we're in architectural. Sorry.
No, but I can talk about that. So switching to the mechanical, which is the yellow one, which you guys don't have, but you have the yellow, which are here. So it's done by mechanical, electrical, fire protection, and plumbing. It's what we call MEPFP. So first, the top of the, I'm not sure how far to get into this because some of it gets a little bit.
I wouldn't go.
I'm going to tell you
Unless
guys,
there's questions.
I'm going to tell you that Rich has an extreme handle on your equipment in this building. He and our engineers went through the list that, we had an assessment report done in 2023. We started with that as our document. They revisited all of the information on that. They went through the site themselves, and they also met with Rich twice. So I'm going to tell you that the mechanical report is exactly what Rich has asked for in a really good way. It's not that he's asking for things that aren't necessary. The engineers agreed with his assessment of the building. There's things that he's completing now in terms of pump replacement, air handling replacement, boiler replacement. I will say, if you'd like to go through and look at these values, you can. It gets very technical. It took me most of half the day to kind of go through and just get my brains straight around it. I will say in the first 5 years, you don't have a ton of extremely expensive major equipment coming due, but you do have some major equipment coming due that you'll need to put your handle on. We did look at, and Rich is talking about in 2035, in the electrical, we did look at replacement of lights. There has been LED replacement done in the majority of the lights in the building, but in about 10 years, those are gonna come due, and you should probably start replacing them with the current technology. Let's see.
So that number could be anywhere on the map, because we don't know if the new technology in 10 years is gonna be better or worse.
I think just in 10 years, the fixtures themselves that Rich has been replacing will be becoming, they'll start to wear out. They're not gonna have much more of a 10-year lifespan on them.
Right.
So instead of replacing them with another retrofit, our idea would be at that point to bring the lighting up to current technology. What that technology is, I don't know, but it would be new fixtures rather than retrofits.
I guess I was just noting that
It's a philosophical problem.
new technology could be anywhere in the pricing ballpark.
I like that. I like that a lot. There is one other thing that is interesting to probably two people in the room, maybe three, is that at some point you should look at the controls of your mechanical system. Currently, you are trained.
The Allerton. Yeah.
Which is proprietary.
Right.
Which means that every time something happens in the building, they have to come out and work on it. And that's not always terrible because they have a really good knowledge of your building. But current idea and current kind of methodologies to have a thing called open source, which means that the controls can be serviced by anyone. It's about a $150,000 upgrade, but at that time, you could get everything on the same controls package. Rich has a very good handle on this. If you have any questions, he would be able to answer them. I can answer it also.
Yeah, my only question is, Rich,
Yes.
we have a current contract with them for how long?
We do annual contracts.
So it isn't,
No, we're not.
we don't have a 5-year or a 10-year.
No, we're not.
So if we figure in the future on doing it, we're free to do it.
Yeah, and it's not that it's not working now, it's just, it can work better and it can be easier to maintain. I think Rich would agree
And
with that.
maybe
Yes,
in the
of course,
long
right.
run, more reasonable to maintain.
And we've replaced certain components like the board approved for the front end. Some of you might recall last year, and we got that done. So there are components that are already going to the open source, but the very back end needs to get updated. The last time we updated it was with product architecture during the remodel in 2013. But at that time, it was bringing it up to additional boxes to match what we had existing. So at this point, as we've projected, it's good to, at some point, replace them, and probably before they end up failing to the point where we are looking and trying to source material or equipment that is no longer being made. You know, that's really where.
And you have a great knowledge of
I have
what
some
type,
knowledge, yes.
of what type of life expectancy
Yeah.
generally, so you'll come to us enough in advance, hopefully. Okay, no problem.
This is really to give you a general overview of what the building architecturally, mechanically, and furniture will require to upkeep and maintain. You'll get additional information when I complete the technology capital needs. I'm not comfortable doing it 21 years, even though I did ask Dan, as he had alluded to 20 years, 21, including this year. Because going so far out, you repeat, but it gives you some idea of what it takes to maintain the existing. And so you'll see that, and then you can then see what per year or in, every chunks, 3, 4, however the board decides, needs to replenish the fund that is used for this. So that the capital special reserve fund, which, you know, we break down into equipment, into building. And that way you can then see larger projects and things that we're doing now, like not the assessment, but the strategic planning, and be able to project what needs of the building are and what the needs of the community and where we want to go, maybe new initiatives, that type of thing. But I'm getting ahead of myself, so we'll continue
Thank you.
on this.
That was great, Rich, thank you.
One more thing, also
Please.
just like Trustee Kadir said, for technology, it doesn't make as much sense to project out as far because technology changes
It
much faster
constantly
than
changes.
building needs.
And sometimes it gets cheaper and sometimes it gets more expensive,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
never know where on the spectrum you're gonna lie.
Yeah, and so I think we're doing our best. How's that?
Yeah. That works.
It's a general idea.
Okay.
We were looking for clairvoyance, but.
Yeah. Well, if I had that, I would not be standing here.
This is true.
No offense to you. A couple other things is, the dry pipe system needs some maintenance on it. There's mains that need to be replaced, and there's an idea about a different type of system that works better for you guys.
Can I ask a question?
So dry pipe is, you have a wet pipe, which means that it's intemperate, so that it has heat during the winter.
This is the fire protection system.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
The
Yeah.
sprinklers.
Start there. The sprinkler system.
We were on the same page already,
Yes, the
so.
sprinkler system
Should
comes
bring
wet or
everybody
dry.
else.
When it's outside, or it has overhangs or places that get cold, they put a dry system in there, and then when the fire alarm goes off, it opens a valve and those pipes become wet, and then it's able to sprinkle. If it didn't, they would freeze and they would explode. So the issue with dry pipe systems is they rust. They're tested probably once a year, annually.
Yes.
So water gets in them, and they take the water out. Then water gets in them, and they take the water out. The system that we're proposing is nitrogen, so it doesn't require them to pump it full of water, and they can pressure test it without having to get them wet, which saves the life of the pipe. Super interesting.
Yeah, it
Somebody needs to
is.
live in good.
Thank you.
Side question, and this may be a question for Rich. Given when we were built initially, is our main water input lead
not.
line?
It is not. We just had the survey ask us about it. The village is asking businesses, residents around because they are working to do a replacement. The line was put in the 98 construction, and the main line that services us is now coming out of Oakton Court here.
Okay.
And that line is new, so we abandoned the old line that went through the staff parking lot in the back on the east side at that time.
Okay, that was lead. It's abandoned now.
That was not, but at the same time, it's abandoned and we're not drawing water from it, so.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
So then, we also did furniture inventory. Tiffany's gonna talk about that for a second.
So, the stuff, this is just broken into now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. We should probably add the 15 years from now, because as Dan mentioned with like the carpet, there's some things we'll have to replace again, so we should probably add that. But the stuff that needs to be replaced now has come up in our recent meetings. So we talked about some of the service desks, some of the computer chairs, and some of the staff chairs and some of the lounge seating. So that's kind of an immediate, you don't have to do it right now, but that's what we put for immediate needs. And then in 5 years from now, that includes a lot of the other seating in the building, the lounge seating. So, I mean, it could be anywhere from now up to 5 years from now, but it's starting to get tired and needs to maybe be reupholstered, and some of it new. And then the items that I have listed in 2035, staff furniture and tables. Some of these tables like these, those you may never have to replace, ever. But they're in that line item, so.
We tighten them.
What?
We tighten the legs. They do get a little wobbly, but that's about it.
In Tiffany's hand is a full spreadsheet going area by area by area by floor of the library, and listing, and it also has a floor plan. They're not exactly one-to-one because things have changed since we had the old furniture plan, but it's close enough for you to kind of look at that and understand how the spreadsheet works with the floor plan. Again, this is just a summary so that I wasn't throwing you guys underwater. But It is, a lot of capital assessment reports do not include furniture. And you'll see it as in their libraries, that the furniture that they have starts to look old as the rest of the library is being kept up. So I think it's one of the better services that we offer as part of our assessment.
Yep.
Making sure that the thing that the patrons actually see the most, which is the furniture, is the thing that also has a lot of upkeep.
One thing that is not in here is shelving, and if you want us to add it, we can. Shelving is something that can last you forever, but if you feel you want it at the 20-year mark, we could add it.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
I know what we do, Valerie would like us to do is continue and go throughout the library to make it more ADA compliant, specifically the lower shelves that in a lot of areas we're not utilizing. Because it's just hard for our patrons to be able to access them. We are looking at getting them to be sloped and changed out. And so that would allow us to kind of be able to see what those expenditures would be. Yeah.
And additionally, a lot of libraries now are also having shorter shelves because ours are fairly tall.
It's so nice.
Yes.
It's so nice when they're
Yes,
over.
and that's the same thing, people getting up on stools, having to reach, not just for patrons, but for staff who have to reshelve.
So you can do that as a renovation, or you can do it as a capital needs assessment. You let me know, and then I would add the end panels in then at that point too. So good.
And we would probably want to stage it out by
Yeah, okay.
areas.
Okay.
That's awesome. So if you just pan a little bit, or zoom out just a tiny bit, Rich.
Sure. Is that
Perfect.
Okay.
So within the next 5 years, we're projecting about a $2.6 million expenditure for capital needs. Again, please look at the report. If you have any questions, please ask. It's thick, but I think it's approachable. So at the 10-year mark, we have about an additional $3.3 million. Adding those two together, we're at about $5.9 million, rounded to 6. So at the 10-year mark, you should expect to have about $6 million worth of expenditures in terms of the upkeep of the building, including furniture and MEPFP and the building envelope. 15 years, again, now we're starting to get a little bit in the weeds, but we're getting there. Some of the major mechanical equipment comes due after that 10-year mark, and I think that's really what Rich wanted us to focus on. And again, the flooring is starting to come back in at that point too. So if you look at those numbers and they feel like they're staying at that level, they kind of are, because the flooring is about $500,000 by itself when we start to push it out 13 years. So again, that's why those numbers tend to be inflated. But after about 15 years, we should expect about $10 million, $9.6 million worth of expenditures on the building. And at the 20-year mark, which is the same number that's represented here at the end of the report in the corner, is about $12.3 million over 20 years. So less than $1 million a year. But I think that it doesn't really come like that. It more comes in chunks and waves. So please, I'm repeating myself one last time, I promise. Please look at the report. If you have any questions, again, the MEPFB, please ask Rich. The rest of you can probably ask him too, but I like feeling useful a little bit. But
I always defer.
Oh, come on. And then if you do want us to add the shelving, really easy to do, just let us know. And we'll put that in there. Again, working document. Our goal is to work with you guys on this. When you need engineers, we can come. If you don't, you don't. But it's a good partnership, understanding when things need to be completed.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say one last thing. I'm so sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
We did include renovation of the staff restroom downstairs on level 1, and the patron restrooms on level 2 here. They were not done as part of the renovation. It's one of those things that you feel like you're saving money on, and then you come back here and you visit, and you're like, that was kind of a dumb idea. But those need to be upgraded. So those are included actually in this report. Under the buildings, they're on the bottom. We just included 2 projects because I think they need to be complete.
At what point?
We did, I don't remember where we had them. Let me look. 2026.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I
Within
put
the 5 year.
And I put them there just so that you would see them.
Yep.
You can push those where you want the bathrooms work, right? But they're just starting to get towards the end of their life.
Well, that was what I was going to say, is that this report is just standard maintenance.
Right.
This does not include at all any big renovations we might want to consider. This is what we need for justifying our special reserves and why we're keeping money in our special reserves. But this is, again, not any additional special renovation projects. If we wanted to build out another community room, for example, or if we wanted to change the layout of anything, this is just what we'll need to keep going as we are.
Or do phase two as the lower level? Because we had talked about doing a phase two.
Yeah.
And that's not included here either.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
That's another reason why you put money in special reserve.
It's for other big projects, but this is just standard ongoing maintenance that we'll
And
need for the
equipment,
building
okay,
and
yeah.
equipment.
So I muddied the waters a little bit with those two little projects, but I couldn't help myself, so.
I noticed them on the report.
Yeah, I'm
also,
sorry
so
about that.
I'm not questioning those at all.
Okay, so I hope this makes good sense to you guys. It's sort of a labor of love for Rich, for sure. I can't tell you how lucky you guys are to have someone that understands the building the way he does. It really is a gift, because a lot of people are flying in the blind, and you have the exact opposite, so really lucky.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Rich.
thank you.
Turn it to me.
I was like this when you were looking down.
I would like to thank Product as well as 2010 and Frederick Quinn as well, because we worked with a number of them for many years. 2010 we haven't, which was very nice to be able to see another engineering firm that Product brought in and was able to confirm what we had already seen with Carroll Design Group that did the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection a few years earlier. So, but this definitely extended it out many years past that. So I believe that this should provide the board with a clarity as best as possible for these kind of expenses, and then we're gonna augment it with other things like I had alluded to earlier, so. Thank you, Dan.
Yep,
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank
we're
you.
on
Thank you.
But I think we're gonna,
tab 2.
yeah, at this
He
point,
now has another presentation.
yes.
Okay, so-
But I think we need a motion for that, right? Because that's,
Well, first, does the board have any other questions for him about this assessment?
And we'll consider the assessment complete now,
yes.
but again, any
Yeah.
changes or, looks or questions, please, we're not doing
Absolutely.
it.
And this does not need to be voted on. This is
Right,
No.
it's just a presentation.
This is a presentation. Yeah.
So now it would be for unfinished business that we would move on.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everybody who came. All right, so we need a motion to move on to unfinished, well, we're moving on to unfinished business. We need a motion for 5A. Anyone wants to jump in?
Can I make a recommendation,
Sure.
President King?
Yep.
We may want to see the presentation first before you make a motion,
Okay.
just because it'd be, the
Okay.
action would be for the amount.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to welcome back Dan and Tiffany from Product Architecture and Design, as well as Fred from Frederick Quinn. So our architects and our general contractor for the lower level renovation, and they're here tonight with updated numbers now that we've had an opportunity to go through and have more detailed drawings. And I'll stop talking and let them continue.
Okay, so if you want to hit the click, okay, and you guys have this plan in front of you. Pick it up.
One time we see.
Go ahead if you want.
All right.
Okay, so, this plan is, I guess what you've seen a while ago. The new plan is here. We've got the new type desks coming in, the 2 height adjustable desks and storage behind them. We have display next to them, which you'll see in the renderings. And then the classroom side and the makerspace side. You're seeing cabinetry all along the right side of the makerspace and along the back. The dashed line in the middle is that movable wall, and sort of that loop right there shows how it goes and folds up in the back there when it's open.
So it's an accordion fold?
And you'll see that in the renderings.
Yeah.
There is a sink in the makerspace. And then here we're showing 2 bathrooms down here, and a plumbing closet that's in the basement. So that's another thing that you're gonna vote on tonight. The 3 study rooms are existing, and then these are the 4 new ones. And then the only thing kind of that's modified right here is this computer table.
And we asked earlier about the flooring that we were replacing. It really is the makerspace in the classroom, and then obviously the bathrooms, and kind of that vestibule that's inside there. Otherwise, we were keeping what.
And those 4 new study
Oh, this for the study rooms, I'm sorry,
I
the 4
don't
study
want
rooms.
it out of your reach.
But the majority of the floor.
These study rooms, everything underneath that line that I'm just drawing, all the computers, all of this is all flooring that's.
Teen collection, teen center, yeah.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry.
The flooring in the teen underground, yeah, that needs to get replaced.
Yeah, it gets a lot of use.
So we clean it and it just gets a lot of use, a lot of good use.
Yes.
And we do our best job cleaning it, and then it gets some more good use, and we have to clean it again, so. As the teen librarians can attest to, so.
And then part of this project would be to add the bathroom, kind of on the half levels at the bathrooms.
So this second floor that we used to call the upper level, the AV fiction in the back. There's the entrance there. All right.
This is that movable wall that we were talking about. So one of the biggest ideas that Valerie had for the space was the ability to have obviously separate rooms for the classroom and the maker, but really an idea of getting a second meeting room that is bigger and can be opened up and be bigger for bigger programs. So this room, or this partition is made of glass. It has an STC, I think, of 51, about 50 on average. So the frame itself is 51 and the glass is 45.
What does that mean?
It's sound transmission coefficient, so the ability to not have sound go through it. And typically you do that 2 ways. You either separate things or you make them really dense. So in this, they're making, the glass is heavy, which helps, but it's also 2 panes of glass, which separates the vibration from getting through it.
Be the same as a drywall wall with insulation inside.
Yep. And so again, this really helps the functionality of the rooms, because right now you have 2 rooms. If one's open, one's closed, you have a big program, you have to use the meeting room, and that's really your only big meeting room in the library. Obviously the space out here is nice, but it's not very private. So it was really sort of double or triple programming those spaces to make sure that you could use them throughout the day and they never go dark. Okay.
Can you go back just for a second? I want to look at that a little bit longer.
This,
Thank you.
yep, absolutely.
And as we were meeting last week, no,
Monday.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's been a week, right?
It's already
It's Wednesday. That's
Is it Monday again already?
Yeah.
We talked about, I think I'm pretty sure there's an ability to have a shade inside between the glass that would make it not look opaque. Thank you. Opaque, the ability not to see through.
I
We
think
also-
that's that top right corner. That looks
Yep,
like
I
there's
think that's
shades
right.
in between the glass.
And then the other idea is to put a film on the glass also. So when you don't want it to be opaque, you don't want it to be super clear so it's distracting.
Right.
And then also people run into it.
So like this on the left, the
Perfect.
stripes.
Some stripes or some ideas. So we have a little bit more work to do. We're at about SDED right now, so there's still design left to be done, but I think we're getting pretty close to what we think is right.
Wouldn't it be better to have it opaque versus the other?
So for
Especially if you're
staffing,
having 2 different things going on?
if we have staff in one side or the other, they could still see if someone went into because sometimes people rent the other room, sometimes people go in the other room, so it just would help if you could see through unless you know you're running 2 different programs for the staff.
So what you're saying is we would have the ability to have both?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it does lots of things. I think it really helps.
I just wanted to go a little bit deeper into the weeds into about the frame that supports those walls. Are you looking at like a beam? Is that how
Yes.
it's
So it's actually a series of beams that counterintuitively go the other way to reinforce the wood beams to make them stronger, and then we're going in between those wood beams so that we can get it as tight to the ceiling as possible. So the long ones aren't strong enough, so we're reinforcing those a bit, and then we're in the short direction we're just using some of the same types of wood so that the aesthetic of the room stays the same, minimal amount of intrusion, and again we're keeping our ceiling high as we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, otherwise we had to go underneath them, and that was gonna be, the ceiling height got too low.
Yeah,
You
you
can
don't want it any
you'll be
lower
able
in the
to
lower level.
You'll be able to see it in the renderings.
Yeah, but it's a great question.
Yeah.
That was one of the problems we had to solve.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Didn't want to skip ahead too far.
This is just a plan showing, the layout of the 2 rooms. And then just all the equipment that we've talked about having, there's also gonna be storage in the back, for more equipment. And then all these tables will be the same, so you can kind of mix and match and fold them and put them in a corner.
So if you go to the next
And
slide.
then, yeah, this is just showing open and closed. And this is just showing you a bunch of different layouts you could do, in the 2 rooms. And then we are talking about getting enough chairs so that you could lay it out, more like a lecture style.
So is there 1 sink or 2 sink in the maker?
One.
This is
That's
a chair
Okay.
for a staff member.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial if you had 2 sinks though on both ends, one on both ends? If you occupy at one particular event and you divide it, you would need 2 sinks.
The one's
It
really
doesn't divide that
more of
way,
a
though.
classroom when it's closed
Isn't it?
off, it's not as makery,
Okay.
and then the maker side has the sink.
And then also in reference to that particular situation, wouldn't you want a screen to actually do?
We will have a screen.
Yeah.
It's right
We,
here.
we have some renderings, I think it's gonna help a little bit. Right now, we're just showing off our drawing skills.
Okay.
Lots of dash lines.
Everybody clap. Hey, Rich, you can't have all the claps, jeez.
I will clap the loudest.
No,
I
the
love
renderings are
drawings.
beautiful.
Okay.
So, when we, and
Drawings are
we'll get to
fun.
the budget part, but initially we had sort of lighter weight tables for the classroom side and then heavier weight tables for the maker side. And we realized that it's a better idea to have all the tables match. So that again, you can do all the side, let it all be a maker. Let everybody do painting on the tables if you have that kind of program. Or let it all be classroom because you have more of a classroom style. We felt like we were kind of pinching ourselves between, so there was a little bit of increase in cost in that, but what you get out of it is really a much better idea in terms of using the
Say,
space.
sounds more efficient.
It is,
Yeah.
it really is.
Yeah, and it is a pretty big sink. Like,
Yeah.
we got an industrial sized sink.
On top of it, one of the ideas is this room is gonna be used not just by digital services, but also by the teens. So, you
Oh,
know,
the village is gonna use this one as well?
If it's a big sink,
They can
Well,
rent the
yes,
room.
they-
Yeah, they can rent the
they
room.
can
yeah.
rent the
I
room,
thought
they
this
have
looked
in the
like a
past.
kid's birthday
That's
party,
Yep.
actually.
And there'll be a refrigerator and everything there too?
can I jump in
We
about the
haven't
sink?
planned a fridge.
Yeah.
but we
If it's a
can
big
have
sink, why not put 2
They have
taps
a
on it?
fridge there.
It's one big sink and then it has a drain board next to it.
Right, but you could put like, I don't know if you've ever seen these sinks where they have a dual tap.
Yeah.
You have a tap on one side and tap on the other side, therefore
Yeah,
it's
we'll talk-
functional as a double sink, even if it's,
Okay.
you know,
We
And
can
then I
think
think
about
that,
that.
that would not be very expensive,
A
right?
fridge?
Extra faucet is what,
Well,
$200
because of the
max.
fact that they're gonna utilize that space, you might as well get the most out of your money to occupy both, all of it.
Yeah, we can look at that for sure. We'll take a look.
Yeah, we'll talk to the
Yep.
staff and see what we plan on using it for.
Great idea.
Yeah.
all right.
And even if we don't get those things right away, like a fridge could be added later and things like that.
Smart idea. That's nice.
All right, this is just a drawing showing things stored to the sides. The tables will flip and nest, so that's what you're seeing here. That's the wall folded up. The teacher's desk and some of the chairs can go on carts, so you're just seeing how open it can get with things stored to the side.
I wonder who wanted to see that drawing.
Me, that was me, because for my facility staff and for the staff that are gonna use it, wanna know where the things will collapse to if they want the open room or some part.
And then these drawings just were really quickly, just showing we have a monitor in there. And we also have a screen on the classroom side. Lots and lots and lots of storage, lots of open countertop for the equipment. Above both of the countertops, we have what's called wire mold, which is, it has both power and data in it, and you can move it. So you don't have to keep changing, if you want to get a bigger piece of equipment, or you want to move the position of the equipment and not have all the cords
It
all
has
over
more
the place.
flexibility.
It's just flexibility. So we're doing our best to make sure that the space has legs and has the ability to change, because it will. So we don't want you to have to go back and do construction. We want you to be able to, the space to be able to change with you.
Thank you.
Okay?
This is just the furniture that we've been looking at, so
These are the tops.
we're sending
I'm sorry.
chairs here to be tested. They're extremely durable chairs with a heavy weight limit, so they'll, really last you in there, and it takes them side that can act like a lecture or then come down to the table. And then these are the tables in the space. They are height adjustable and they're flip top and butcher block.
All right. Moving on.
We've just found that butcher block's the best material for the maker spaces because it takes a beating and it gets a little beat up, it still looks cool. But you can't really do anything to it that it hasn't been done already. So.
This is the exciting part. Well,
Close, we're getting
we're almost there.
Yeah, this is
Sorry for the slight preview.
Yeah.
This is an additional smart board or touch screen or yeah, we're talking about getting that, which is makes it flexible.
All right.
Okay, coming
Really cool stuff.
yeah. Coming downstairs, we have 2 height adjustable stations here.
Nice.
With this sort of blue wavy, Dan's gonna grab the material. It's like a tile on here. And then storage behind, and then this is a wall covering here, so you see it.
There's glass. There's clear glass.
We have a wall
It's
covering
very
here,
durable.
and then the inverse of that wall covering back here behind the computer, so you're kind of seeing.
What
2
kind of
spaces
wall
really.
covering is there?
Vinyl.
Okay, thank you.
And then,
This is cool.
we thought a directory would be good as you come down into the space, that you would see a directory, and then we have some display here. This is the cabinet that you either already had or.
We have, was just installed. They're very happy about it.
And is that color, is that like the same as the library color, or how are we?
So, you want, go ahead, please, Valerie.
We had the marketing team look at it. It's very similar to the colors that we have. What the teal color is our most used and most popular type of color. And as we potentially go through rebranding, which the marketing team is thinking about, they know they want to keep this color, but we might be changing like the lime green or the orange. So this seemed the most staying color.
Yeah, so we did this rendering when we had a little bit more green in the teal, but it's gonna be more like this.
And we actually had the graphics department was in our last meeting. Sat with us through the materials, it was really useful.
So, I'm gonna wait for one rendering and then.
Yeah.
Should I go for it?
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, one more.
This is just a different
Yeah,
angle
yeah,
of that
yeah.
part.
So here you can see the study rooms coming in, and so that's where you used to have.
Do you
3 more.
have the
Oh, yeah, sorry.
laser?
So right here, that's the wall for the 4 study rooms, but it's the 2 that are westmost. And you can see, instead of having 4 rows of tables, we'll have 2.5. So we'll have less.
There are now 4 rows,
Yeah.
not 5?
5. I see what you're saying, there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
No, downstairs.
right.
I think there's
Big
4
tables.
tables.
There's
Yeah.
4
yeah,
big
4
tables.
tables,
Yeah.
Okay.
double-sided, right,
Okay.
right. So now
They
we'll,
monkey with the columns. The columns kind of laid out the computer tables.
Right.
Yeah, because when I look at this, I was just down there this week, and it seemed like the computers.
run forever, right. So that's why we're getting
Forever,
those
yes.
2-person 4 study rooms.
So I will say too, if you notice, the desk is height adjustable. I know we talked about that, but we haven't done a desk that isn't height adjustable now in the last 2 years. It's just nice if people want to stand.
Yeah.
It's nice, when people come down the stairs, you want to kind of be taller than them, you know, at least not be sitting too low. And it will be accessible also, so you can lower it if a person in a wheelchair comes down.
Can I ask a question with regards to that desk? Valerie, and this help me understand this. For ADA compliance,
Yeah.
do they have to have an overhang so that if someone is approaching in a wheelchair, there's an extension so that you don't bump into the bottom of the desk?
Not that I'm aware of, that it just has to be related to the height, and so that they're not going to bump into the desk when they roll up, like, just for.
Right, so like here, I'm in a chair, if I was in a wheelchair, am I gonna be able to scoot into the desk? So that previous diagram didn't show the extension,
No,
right?
it's not like that, it's the side approach.
But yeah, there's different approaches for the.
Okay,
So if you go back, Rich, to
yeah,
the
please,
first
would
one.
you?
Sure.
So we call it a front approach or a side approach?
Okay,
So we don't, unless you know you're gonna be doing a consultation at a desk, like getting a library card or something like that, that's when we'll do like the recess for someone's knees. But
Sure.
any normal desk like this, where someone's just kind of getting information and moving on and not doing a task there, then we do the side approach.
And a side approach means what?
Means you come this way. And
So
you
someone
you
in a
don't have to put
wheelchair-
your knees under the desk.
Okay, so someone in a wheelchair would have to go to the left or to the right of the desk?
No, Rich, turn your chair. Like that. So you would talk to the person this way? Like
Oh,
this.
that's not very
It's
nice.
like your other desks. I mean, it's.
Yeah, that's not
It's
very,
not compliant to the individual though.
yeah, to me, it doesn't sound like it meets the purpose. Because if I'm in a wheelchair,
You wanna face that
I don't want,
person
right,
face
I
to
don't want to
face.
have to turn
It's
my
not
side.
a desk where any patron comes up and sits down and does any stuff.
Now
It's
you
just
go-
straight information.
Yeah.
You would just, they
So,
would roll up and be
I'm not happy with that. I'm
face to
not.
face?
Well, the thing is that if I'm gonna pick up, like, I'm thinking now, patrons come in to pick up items that they've rented from, checked out from the tech desk. And so sometimes you have multiple items, and so I'm thinking, okay, I need to scoot into the front of the desk to handle everything, because, I don't know, it just doesn't seem practical to me.
I'll tell you this from my experience and my observation, is that most of the interactions are on the side of the desk, not in the front of the desk, when they're checking out materials or returning. And
Which they're
we
not
can-
doing it.
We can
Oh, they're-
speak to the digital services staff, and Sarah can elaborate, but this area right here on the side is, I would imagine, the most interaction that's happening right there. So it really already is a side, not even front side as much as, in the front, usually it's to receive some sort of guest card or make a reservation to a room, and there's no paperwork and nothing being signed. So if you look at the patron services desk, you'll see that there's a taller component and a sit-down lower component that has a area for your niece to go into and not hit the side of it. So, I mean, we can certainly talk about it.
What the difference really is like at this table or at a computer that is meant for the patron to sit down and do work. You have knee room because you're right here. At a service desk, you're not going to be at the desk working on the computer. And even when you're talking to like one of the staff, we don't have any of the patrons who don't have mobility concerns come up and like this right in front of the staff, right? You don't really want any patrons to be that close where they're like leaning on the desk. So you're gonna walk up and kind of have a little bit of distance or roll up or however you need to come to the desk and have a little bit of distance. It's not meant for you to sit down and do work as it would be, for example, in the computer lab, where you need the space for your needs. That's the difference. Does that make sense?
I hear you, but
Okay.
I'm still not satisfied with the
Could we
product.
eliminate the glass or
Mine-
whatever decorative area that is? So then the patron could feel more welcomed, because then there'd be more close contact with them? Do you really
Then we
need
would
that
have to do that, I
decorative
think, at all the
space?
service desks, right? And I'm not saying that I'm against that, but I think if we did it downstairs, then it would follow that we would do that at all the service desks.
Yeah, none of the service desks right now at our library or other libraries, like they're saying, if you're going up for service, it's not the same thing as going up to sit and type or do work at the
And
table.
just as a person who sits at those types of desks, I can tell you that a lot of times you don't want the patrons that close to you because you don't know
Yeah.
who they are or what they're doing. And there is a level of security and safety in having that desk as well.
Mhm.
Not only that, but if somebody needs one-on-one, they would go to one of the tables by the computer area, where they could have the person there sitting, and then they could be near them, helping them.
This still facilitates one-on-one contact, but if they need help on a computer,
Yeah.
yes, the staff member would sit at a computer next to them and help them. That is a different type of service that's not done at these desks. That's done at a desk where a patron would sit.
Are there
And-
types of desks like this where you could just have one end open though for something like that or no?
What we typically do, it is like your patron services desk, where there's almost a divider, and it would be in the middle of the top. It cuts down on staff storage, and it cuts down on staff knee space, because you want a modesty panel still for staff. You
Yes.
don't want everybody's knees, your knees to touch the patron's knees.
Yeah.
So, in order to get knees space for both,
desk becomes
It
less
just
usable.
becomes not as deep. But when we do it at one desk and not both, because you are losing storage, and it's a little less comfortable for staff because they just don't have as much space.
And at this desk, we often have 2 staff at the desk
Yes.
because of the high usage of that area. So it would be less comfortable for staff in many different ways, and this is still ADA compliant and common practice.
Okay, and then there's the display there.
So I'll forward into
Yeah,
the classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can start.
There we go.
So we have the counters at this height, and then here's the staff desk, kind of at desk height. This is a slat wall for display of materials in the room or instructions on how to do things, however you want to use it. Also a monitor, do whatever you like. You have some open display up in the high space, and then storage in the sleeping in is back there, and then the laser cutter. We have felt light fixtures, and then we do have acoustical, you're not seeing it in this view, but acoustical treatment on the ceiling.
What is
which
a felt
something-
fixture?
So the fixture is, that's the acoustical baffle on the ceiling.
The issue was they were having noise transfer
Yeah.
between the classroom and the babies above.
And then the fixture is kind of a really thick version of this that makes a V shape. So it's another acoustical treatment.
The next renderings will show you a side perspective.
Now we can, and this is the laminate on the cabinets here. So now we can pass this.
Yes. There we go.
We're gonna put a different fabric on this, that's cleanable, but this is just a really good acoustical treatment that'll be in big panels on the ceiling. So I don't know if anyone, it's just like a foam. And the floor is a combination of these tiles. So it's a luxury vinyl tile, and this is the size of the tile.
Yeah.
What's the life
It's about as
expectancy
durable.
on those? Because we were talking about the life expectancy on carpet.
If you can feel it, it's crazy. It's thick.
I
It's,
would say in these rooms, it's probably the same as carpet,
Yeah.
if you're gonna use it.
Okay, so
I mean,
it
it could
wouldn't,
be longer, but you're gonna scratch it and drag things on it.
okay, I understand, but I'm just thinking, would it be more advisable if this is similar price to do this instead of carpeting? But what you're saying is you'd have to replace it anyway.
oh, we're doing that in the.
No, this is what
No,
we're doing.
I'm saying
Everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
throughout the
All
library.
throughout the
I'll tell you,
building.
we've done that before, and it's not as soft. Like, and the noise, it is a little bit more noisy.
Oh, that's the
For
one
sure.
thing, is it does
Yeah.
absorb noise. Okay, thank you. This is
Okay.
kind of cool.
And then the other one of them looks like wood,
It's kind of heavy.
so I don't know if you wanna pass all these.
Yeah, I think one of them's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, the point is,
It
it's
gives
thick
a,
and durable.
we'll leave it for trustee Lemire. He'll be very surprised at all this collection here. We'll do the tile as well.
I think it's 2 years on the tile itself, but we haven't had an issue where they haven't backed up their product to date.
Move on.
Yeah.
We have 2 different options for which way for the tiles to go.
Go the other way. Which side are you coming in from?
We're walking in from here.
Yeah, they gotta go
Yeah.
the same way.
No, we like it. We just thought it was fun to look at.
It came up in our meeting, we're like, oh, we'll take it.
There are many elements to the design that come into consideration, so.
You have the feng shui.
And this view's just really nice to show it open. So you see the wall is stacked at the end. In our last meeting, we had a combination of felt and whiteboard on that end wall in the classroom. And Valerie had a really beautiful idea just to make the whole thing simply glass marker board, which is this here. It's also magnetic, right? So that you don't get ghosting. You can write on that for the rest of your life. You'll never have the issue of seeing what somebody wrote.
It's cleanable, unlike regular
No, yeah,
whiteboard.
it's completely, it's like writing on a window.
Yeah, because I know whiteboard from working at a school, it's a
Yeah, there you
mini derriere.
Right? And then if you look at the ceiling above the teal there, the gray, that's kind of the soundproof panels that we're talking about adding.
And the gray in between is the tile that you.
That's right,
yes.
yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, that's cool.
And can you show where there's a drop-down screen?
Yes, so the 4 lights that are in their front, right there, that's gonna be the same projection screen coming down, much like they use it today. I love this big screen, by the way. I know you guys, Rich doesn't love it, but I love this big screen.
Whatever makes you
I
happy.
do like it.
They're so big,
It's just a little
you feel like you're inside the images though, they're so great. It's really nice.
All right.
Oh, well, no, there can't be a recess because
The wood.
there is no.
Okay.
There's the different tile orientation.
Yeah. We can't help ourselves, sorry.
There's the wall.
Yeah, and then that's closed like Valerie, and then this is what we showed in our last meeting. So we have some work to do on what happens inside the panel and then
Yeah.
the film that goes across the glass, just for that little bit of visual privacy.
Mhm.
I'm moving forward, I think
I think this is
Yep,
the
that
end.
is the end. Yeah, perfect.
Rich went past the end last time. and saw
I
all
did.
our- All of our process images.
It did go past that.
Okay, so now Fred's up, right? Or you guys have questions on the design, sorry.
I do. With regards to the bathrooms, I just want, there is no existing plumbing there now, right?
There is water that is terminated at that back wall or the south wall, the top of the drawing. There is no large sewer for bathrooms. There is a sewer for sink.
So these bathrooms here, where would they drain to?
They will drain to that plumbing closet, and
Uh-huh.
then we're gonna go through the wall, under the sidewalk, into the staff driveway, and connect to the existing main sewer for the, most of the building.
Okay.
It's pitched at the right angle there. We have 2 other connections just above. We've actually been repairing them over the few years. You've had motions in front. And we find that that's gonna be just easier and more cost-effective than trying to go through the building, into the tunnel, into the north basement. So this is materials that we've been looking at, so we left it for you so you can see.
That material,
This is the sound.
that material would be the gray material on the ceiling.
Right.
This would be the floor.
And Rich has consulted with the plumber that he had on site, looking at the pictures.
Yeah, thank you. So, Rich, yeah, in terms of, I understand that, you know, trying to fit all of this is, it's a logistical nightmare. But, what's the distance between the bathroom doors and that corner or the hallway? What are we looking at in terms of corridor? Is it about a
the existing
15
corridor.
foot? I know, but is it about a 15-foot hallway or 10 feet?
Hey, Dan, do you know?
I don't know that dimension.
I wanna say.
Well, regardless,
Probably.
let me say this.
Yeah.
The reason why is because that seems to be an isolated corner, and I'm thinking in terms of liability, you don't have anybody monitoring that hallway. It is a bathroom. How are we gonna monitor this area here?
So we have existing security cameras in these areas, and we're going to augment to any blind spots to have security cameras there.
Yeah.
We also have part of our facility staff, facility and safety staff do regular walkthroughs of the building. The staff themselves in the spaces that they are working, their service desk area, they also walk through the spaces. I don't know that we have the ability to have all the rooms with a sightline.
Right, no, I understand
So-
that, I understand that.
We're trying to, fit it like Tetris.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but, and I'm just anticipating liability in terms of somebody feeling safe in that corner there. And notoriously, bathrooms are places where
If something's gonna
things
happen.
happen.
Mischievous people.
Right, so now, keeping that in mind and a line of vision, that wall to makerspace, is there gonna be cabinets there, top to bottom?
No, halfway up, but we have a slat wall the other half of
See
it.
the
It's
wall
in
there?
this-
Right.
That's
So
the
it's
wall.
gonna be a wall you can't see through, is what you're getting at.
Well, right, that's something that I wanted to consider, that, so that it's not just a hallway down there, which,
Actually, we could add a window in there.
Yeah, we could put
Yeah.
windows.
We can
Yeah.
do that.
right, so that's what I'm thinking about, because again, if I have my young children going in this area, that's a lot of space. And to me, you know, this is the reason why we're talking about this, is that we want to anticipate vulnerable areas, and, you know, if it's going to mean one less cabinet on the wall to put a window so that staff can look over and have a line of sight, I would prefer that.
No, it's
Good
smart,
idea.
that's really smart,
Um,
great idea.
Yes,
So, okay, well, thank
I
you.
agree.
I
I
agree.
actually like it in the design. I think it's cool.
Does that wall look, where does that wall look out to?
The study room.
It would be right at the end of the, this, it would be.
So this part right here, from this corner that you can't see because of the cabinetry, so approximately here is the one bathroom. The hallway
Okay.
would end here and then continue the length of this.
Mm.
So somewhere in this, probably
Yeah.
this
Or
vicinity.
even a little bit,
It might not, it will probably not be a full window. You know, we can look at like half a window, like just ending the slat wall there, or just kind of putting. Yeah,
Can I
mean,
interject on something?
Sure.
Couldn't we flip this wall and make those cabinets flip over to the other side? And you can have a little window there, and then it'd be inconspicuous, and you have your television where the cabinets are. Because it'd give more balance then.
I think what we're trying to achieve is the list of requirements from digital services for the equipment that they need on
There's not, I don't, there's
the
no
counter.
countertop to do that.
You don't think so?
That's a
And
good
so if we go back to an earlier rendering, I believe right this one, you'll see that a lot, if not all, the space is already accounted for. And this is much longer than this. These are full cabinets because there's technology items such as laptops and tablets that are gonna be stored for the classroom and also for the makerspace.
Well, couldn't you flip them over to the other side?
flip the two rooms, you're saying, Sue?
Yeah.
Well, if we would, like, I'm sorry, flip what?
So what I'm basically saying is where the actual displays are for the shelves and everything, put the television there, flip over the side where the television is, and you can actually make all shelving and everything to that one corner, so it balances out the room.
The reason why we moved makerspace on this side instead of, because it's currently on the other side right now, is because of the sink. Sink access is only on this one right side because of the plumbing. That's why the bathroom is also on that same side. And the makerspace needs the sink access.
But I think you could utilize your space more efficiently if you flip it over and bring that piece down where the sink is, and you can flip it, where you would have more visual space and more shelving, and you could have those windows for the actual access.
Can you like point out what you mean, because I can't visualize.
Yeah, I'm
what you're
Yeah,
trying
what
to
you're saying to
understand.
me doesn't jive.
So,
So right now, these are full floor to ceiling
floor to
cabinets.
ceiling cabinets.
These have cupboards on the very top, and there's a counter, so we can go,
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna flip it where you have it, all those cabinets there, you're gonna flip it to this side right here.
so you would like to move this here,
Correct.
okay?
Have all this occupied, and you'll have the window to have for Patello, and you can actually see what's actually happening in the back area for the bathrooms. So what you're doing, you're flipping the actual presentation. So rather than having it straightforward
go
like
to the
this, you'll
3D
have it
rendering.
on the sides where you'll have more space.
Actually, can you go to the plans that have all the plans on there, Rich?
I think this,
My
not
question
long.
on
Wait,
that,
can you
Sue,
just go, I think I know what you're saying, can you go to all the plans, Rich?
all the plans?
Is there like 6 plans on one slide?
Oh, yes, okay,
Oh, wait,
that's the one.
this, so the bathroom
So
starts.
the bathroom
bathroom
starts here, right, so you're just gonna flip this over, and then you're gonna have all the shelving and everything, and the window.
So put this here,
Correct, that's all
and
you're
the
doing.
countertop can continue.
Yeah,
Well, we can, I mean, we can look at that if you want.
Yes,
And that would be more beneficial,
So
and you'll
basically,
have the window, and
This
then,
section.
Because we were saying we're gonna put a window right here right now,
right,
like right there.
but what you're doing is you're just flipping this over. But you're flipping it over, so then you'll have the window for Botello to watch, to monitor the bathrooms, and you'll have that whole space with the sink on the one side, and everything will be occupied to its fullest capacity.
my concern, and whether it's a legit concern or not, my concern is all of this cabinetry that you're talking that says equipment counter, from the drawings and from what I'm seeing, takes up more space than what
But
you're
actually,
saying
you
to
can
flip
actually
it.
double hang them, so you can actually have cabinets here and here, and you're still utilizing the space to its fullest capacity. You're having it just along the wall, how are you being beneficial?
But you're putting equipment on there, and the equipment has some height to it.
But
So
you
if
don't
you're
have
talking hanging
you can
standard
have two
cabinets
here.
above, there isn't the space for the equipment to sit there.
I hear what you're saying. The reason why that Sarah wanted a slat wall is because they can put on shelves the displays of things that you can buy and do in the makerspace so that people know what projects they can work on. It's instead of having full storage, you can add shelves to that slat wall. And
Now, are
it
they gonna
shows,
have plugs there too?
yeah,
So in
there's
case-
plugs there. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
what the idea
Those
is.
lines.
Is so that you can put up displays of like, you can print on a t-shirt, you can print on a mug. It gives more display space
But
than
I'm
what we
saying
currently have.
outlets. So
Yeah,
like
there
for
are outlets,
computers,
all along there are outlets.
But I still say if you take this and you flip it,
Mhm.
and you make that one counter space, and you have your window, it'll still be more beneficial.
Can we not put the window in the way it is, just like this with the window by the clock? That's in the
Yeah, it
picture?
works. You know what, we can show Valerie and her staff the two differences.
Mhm.
And we'll see what they
go
think.
here.
That would
Yeah,
be
the
more
window-
Yeah,
beneficial.
no,
And,
we'll
you
show
know,
it to you.
in all regards, we could actually,
We could add a couple of
we
windows.
could have
even,
more
yeah.
than one window,
Yeah, where
and it
the
could be
slat
a
wall
design
is.
element where like maybe there's 2 or 3 windows.
Seriously, I think
Into the
that would be
corridor.
advisable, because
For
then you
some
have
safety
more
measures, yeah.
visual.
Absolutely,
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great idea.
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Actually, I love the windows.
Yeah, so,
I think it'd be great.
you know, except for where there's the support beams, which you can see there's 2, but we can work around that and, you know, into the corridor, and if you look at the corridor, right here, so, you know, at least 1 and 2 can go in here, which
That's really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
opens
No,
up.
that's really nice.
And if we
I think it's
did
gonna look
get, instead of the mounted TV, if we did get that rolling monitor, which we'll also talk to the staff about, we
Yeah.
could have even more windows and still have display space.
That's
So
Well,
nice.
we can
even
absolutely do
2
that.
Or you could have
is
those,
better than nothing.
I don't know how expensive they are, but there's those TVs that are like transparent.
Yeah, right.
That's probably pretty expensive.
Yeah, I know, no, they're actually coming down in price, that's why.
Yeah, yeah, not that much, but go.
Yeah,
Good, good,
where it could turn on and then it could become a window when it's off.
yeah.
You go, but the
You're up.
National Library is now closed.
Thank you, Rich and
Right, so this is
everyone
part 1
for
of the
for the
presentation.
suggestions.
No, thank you.
I appreciate it.
That's really
Yeah,
nice.
no, I mean, it's
Now we got
collaborative
part
and-
2.
Well, my part is the price, which is what everybody's been waiting for.
Is a serious part, okay, we're listening.
So, I don't know if you do have a copy, okay, great. So, the blue section is the actual construction portion, which would be our contract portion, with a bunch of trade contractors for every trade, which I have breakdown here. The yellow portion is things that you would handle directly, which includes your design, technology systems, permits, if we need permits, or if they're gonna waive permits, things of that nature. Builder's risk insurance, if you're gonna buy that, probably you could buy it through your insurance company cheaper than I real quote down, but that's what that is. So total, grand total, obviously, is $1,339,000. And I think that we one time, you might have had a budget of $957, so a few dollars over. What you originally
So since we got the new budget, we've been looking back at the two designs and trying to understand where the price came from. In our initial budget, we had approximately $15,000 in soundproofing in the two rooms. The budget that we have now has about $223,000.
And just soundproofing.
So, yes, to
Yes.
make sure, between the two floors. There's two things. One is that we know we need soundproofing between two floors, and I'm not sure we covered it well enough in our initial estimate. Two is, I think we can look at that, what we're using as material, and make sure we're getting the best cost for the performance out of it.
So, and this is just over the two makerspace pieces. of it.
Yes, and the
So
study
when we
room
go
also.
back later to do over the teen lounge, we're gonna be looking at the same thing.
Oh, yeah, but again, I think the material that we called out, I think was a bit costly.
Yeah.
But we know, so this is our conservative estimate. We'll come back with another estimate after the design has more development. But again, soundproofing was one of the things that was a huge change, about $200,000 difference in the budget. The second thing is called general trades and carpentry. Initially, we really tried hard with Valerie and Rich, the staff, to keep the rooms, outside walls of the rooms the same. And the partition itself, just hanging it, it required more work than we thought it was going to. That was about a $60,000 difference in terms of just general trades, which is kind of carpentry. It's kind of all these things that happen on site. I'm not sure we had enough money in our budget then, and also I think the design got a little bit more complicated in terms of, if you saw the design elements, it's a little bit different. And then furniture, we're about $40,000 difference. We changed some of the tables. Well, we got new computer chairs
The
also.
computer chairs are double dipped actually in your capital assessment and in this project, so that's part of it.
And on top of it, when you make changes, we reduce cost of construction, it reduces our fees, their fees, so that all comes down as well.
It's about 25% once we looked at construction versus the end number. So, again, carpentry and sort of general trades went up about 70. And then the soundproofing itself went up about 208. And that makes up about the difference between the projects.
And the bathrooms.
With the, along with the bathrooms are separate, but along with the, a little bit of bump in furniture and then everything that's added on top.
So
It's not a great explanation, but that's where the monies have come from.
So the bottom line is, this is the difference in the project, as this current estimate is now, we're going through and presenting to the board. And those are pretty much the reasons why.
We had time to take the drawings down, break them
Right.
down, do product quantities, and then talk to subcontractors as well, so we got up-to-date pricing on what materials we're going for the project as well.
The next steps, obviously, there's also one more thing to consider that is on this page. But the next steps will be to get a estimate, updated estimate just before going to bid. So the board is aware of what the current changes in the market are, because those things are fluctuating, as you know, with different things such as tariffs, for example. We've had that, for example, our shelving that you see tonight that we're paying the bills on, that shelving, since we purchased it, right now, there's a truck with that shelving, and that has had to pay, the company has had to take on the chin those additional tariffs. And we're happy that they did. But certainly that might not be the case when you're going in and purchasing it later on. So then they'll go to bid for us, and then where the bids go is where the bids go, and then the final contract with the lowest qualified bidder, the board will have to approve that. So that's just to give you the idea, and then scheduling and then construction, winter of end of February, March, something like that, if everything.
And we're anticipating this to take approximately
6 months.
6 months.
And then what we're trying to do is trying to get in that window where the trades are not in the school, right? Their winter work
Before the
inside.
summer.
before the summer, you know, maybe we can get some good bids on this work, so.
We're hoping, what, February to proceed if we can?
And I think if we can get the bids in,
Mhm.
order the materials, and really not start a whole lot until we have the materials set,
Mhm.
then maybe the 6 months is shortened up quite a bit.
And so what we're asking the board to consider this evening, because these costs are not final, so I would not recommend voting on costs right now because that projection will come later, as they mentioned, is just allowing product architecture to proceed with adding the bathrooms to the lower level renovation and getting drawings for those and that process to continue that way,
And
because that wasn't voted on.
Visual windows, so that we
And
put
the windows,
security
yes.
windows.
Yes.
I move to allow architecture to add the bathrooms to the lower level renovation.
And windows.
And the windows.
And everything, anything other modifications we talked about.
Second,
Well,
So
I
currently
think
we have.
Margaret's gonna want you to repeat that.
Okay, Valerie, I
you
have a
wanna
question.
tell them what
Is
you-
that, what's on the screen? Did we get copies of that, hard copy?
Yes, we have.
Absolutely.
I mean, do we have it now on our packets or not?
No.
No.
Okay, is it possible that I can get a copy of it? I just want
I
to
have it.
see
It was
it.
part of the board
I
packet.
have it.
Is it?
This
What
is part of the
page
board
is
That's
packet.
page
Oh,
40.
it's 5A, page 38.
Yeah. This was part included. The only thing we did not print out was the capital assessment, because it's like 80 pages or something like that, so it's 100 pages.
Page 38.
Page 38, and it's motion 5A, or no, number 5A.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
yeah,
it's
I
part of
s-
the motion.
I had this.
So then,
looked at
essentially,
it.
if I'm understanding correctly, the 1,339,000 plus, there would be an
Just go
addition to
in,
that for the
let's
bathroom
see.
work,
Yes,
correct?
it's right here.
Yes, the 260,000
Yes,
up on the
I
screen.
looked at this
So the
before.
very
Yeah, there you
bottom
go,
line
right.
would be with that.
See,
1.6 million.
1.6.
Yeah.
what
Okay.
you're asking is
And-
page 40.
And then, this plus all of the other things that we talked about in terms of the windows and, anything else, right?
Yeah, I mean,
We have some contingencies in this budget as well, because we are early stage.
Mhm.
I believe, let's double check what I had in here. Yeah, I have a 10% design contingency, which is shown on there,
Right at the top. Great.
86,000. So, because the drawings aren't done, we like to leave a little contingency in there. And then we also carry a 5% contingency during construction. So, once we bid it all out, we hold a 5% contingency, in case we run into something crazy, on the job. And if we don't use it, it goes back to you 100%.
Mhm.
So, the design contingency usually gets intermingled with the final design, it kind of gets part of the cost. Doesn't always go there, but sometimes we just reduce that and make it less. We don't need it all.
We won't know final cost for the board to vote on until the bids come through.
That's the final, yeah. And then we'll be going out to multiple trades, multiple bids, do recommendations and so forth, similar to what we've done in the past.
So do you want Margaret to read what she thought you said?
No, I can read it again. I move to update the proposal for the lower level remodel to include addition of the bathrooms on the lower level and the second floor as presented by product architecture, along with the additional modifications, windows, and others discussed in today's meeting.
And I seconded it.
Congratulations, thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's awesome, it's been super fun.
Wait, we have to vote?
Oh,
well, they have to vote.
Yeah.
Our job is done.
Yes, thank you so
Presented.
much.
Thank you very much.
You guys can vote, I'm sorry, I got it.
We presented as best as possible, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Kadir, because that's about the same I had. So just the ending was a slight difference. So we will vote on that. Trustee Kadir motioned, Trustee Wazansky seconded. Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustee Schofield,
Yes.
trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
treasurer Battello,
Yes.
secretary Toy,
Yes.
president Keen,
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right,
Thank you guys again.
thank you.
Thank you.
I know it was a long night and long presentation, thank you.
We're gonna be more accessible.
Yeah. That's great.
I move to,
I don't think so, no.
yeah. 'cause
Now
sometimes
we're on
it's like
number
papers.
6.
How do you do
I don't
that?
think we need a motion for that one,
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
For what?
for 6A.
No, it's just declaration and a notice.
Right, thank you.
But
Good night.
baby, do you agree with what's written?
Yeah, I got some edits on the notice, so.
Okay.
All right, so we are on to new business, the first item of something, Victoria? Or you look like you're gonna say something.
No. Hold it, where in the heck did I put this?
All right, so the first item of new business is a declaration of the
Okay, here it
trustee
is.
vacancy.
Is there language that we have to read into the record?
Great.
No,
Just
I don't think so.
The board officially declares the vacancy.
Okay.
Going to increase the lights?
Please, all right, I think we need a second here.
Oh, this is, you can do this. There you go, you got it.
I actually haven't used one of these for quite a while.
Yeah, well, I never used one until
Well, I
a week
had
or
my
so
knees
ago.
replaced.
That's what I did too.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah. No, just one. Right.
Tony's on his best behavior.
Thank you, Rich.
Tony's on his best behavior.
I loved it because when I worked at the school, I'd have these smart Alecs come up to me.
All right,
and pick up
let's
the
move.
cane like
We
this.
gotta go,
gotta
yeah,
move.
we're
That's
moving
right.
on.
Moving on. 6A, declaration and notice of board vacancy. So
Trustee Kadir had edits? Is that-
Yeah, I had lots
Okay.
of edits.
Okay.
on the new revised one that you got tonight?
Yeah.
What are we saying?
God love you.
Are you ready?
No,
Go ahead.
No, I'm not ready. Let me pull it out.
Trustee Kadir, do you have written notes that you could give me?
Yeah, but they're kind of scribbled,
Okay.
and scratch, so I can write them more neatly on your copy if
Well,
you'd
if you're
like.
gonna read them, I'll just write them on
All
mine.
right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Ready.
Line 4, line 3, applicants are required to have been residents of the Niles Main District Library Service area for at least 1 calendar year, not for a year.
Okay.
Second one, in number 1.1, it should be and/or seeking additional funding, just to be.
Where?
In line, second line.
Seeking, okay.
Seeking, okay. 2, I completely rewrote. So, we obviously have a library director sitting right over there. So it's not necessarily the duty to hire a new library director, because obviously we have a library director. So what I changed that to was evaluate performance of the current library director and hire a qualified library director as needed.
I agree with that.
Can you say that again, please?
Evaluate performance of the current library director and hire a qualified library director as needed. And then cross out the and provide ongoing.
Okay. Thank you.
And then in point 7, get involved in library associations, comma, including local, state, and national associations. So locals, including is rather than whether, comma, including local, comma, state, comma, and national associations.
Can I make a request, trustee?
Sure.
Next, and these are great and I appreciate them, and this is a serious thing, I'm not trying to be flippant.
Yeah.
But if you could actually, like, type them out or some other way. So that
I'll
we
do
could-
it.
I know, but like, it would be easier for you, I think, or for Margaret.
Oh, yeah.
You know, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, no worries. Next, number 8, know the library community, not your community. Know the library community and the library's needs. Not semicolon, comma, keep current on library standards and trends, comma, not a semicolon, and support staff and director in carrying out library services.
Okay.
On point 10, know local and state library laws and support library legislation.
I would keep laws in there because some of the laws you need to be aware of are not just pertinent
Okay.
to libraries,
Okay, that's fine.
like employment laws and
Yep,
things of that.
that's fine. Take it out. That, I don't feel very strongly about that. So those are all my edits.
Those are helpful, thank you.
No worries.
And President Keene, I did have a question for you.
Yes.
I listed you as the primary contact. Some libraries also have the director take these to make sure I see them coming in, but that's up to you. Would you
I like that idea.
Yeah, I like both.
Yes.
Two
Okay,
eyes, two sets of
Perfect.
eyes are better than one.
And then do we have to officially declare the vacancy?
I do.
Okay.
So I would like to officially declare a vacancy on the Board of Trustees of the Niles Main District Library as of today's date, July 16th, 2025.
All right.
So we have 3 months
From today.
Yeah.
from today.
Yes, 90 days.
I thought it was from the resignation.
From today when we
It's
declare.
from
I
the
would,
declaration.
I would say, just the lawyer in me
Thank
says,
you.
let's, despite the fact that the law reads 3 months from declaration of the vacancy, let's just get it done 3 months from the date of the resignation, just so that there will not be any ambiguity as to whether we complied with the law or not.
We did consult with the library's attorney, and the library's attorney confirmed that we do have 90 days from the official declaration of the vacancy, which would be today. It would be preferable to do it
Yes.
faster, but we do legally have that, just to put that on the record for
Understood,
everyone.
understood,
Yes.
understood. And again, my, just, legally on the record is, attorney's opinion is great, but it's not really legally on the record unless the court decides it.
100%, yeah.
And so we don't wanna have to go that
Yeah,
route.
but
That's my only,
Realistically, we don't want to take the full 90 days.
anyway.
No,
Right.
and we'd like to
Right.
get started as soon as possible.
But
So my suggestion in that regard, can we actually bump D up and then we'll get to the other ones?
Yes, it's fine. but you
Okay,
have to
let's
motion
bump
to do
D
that.
up
You have
for
to
the dates.
motion, we have to vote on that.
Okay, I move to bump the discussion of D up to now, discussion of possible special meeting dates to interview trustee candidates.
Well, actually, it's
That's
C
C,
already. We
that's
did
C.
change that on, I did change that on the
Oh.
agenda because it made more sense.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, whatever that number
We
is.
do have
now
B.
moved
on the
to-
new agenda.
We
Okay.
have B in the middle, if you would like to move B, election of a new board
Yeah, I'd like to
officer.
discuss the dates before we just, because it kind of all fits in
Okay,
together.
so you need to motion to move C.
I motion to move C up to now. Up to B.
Up to B.
Up to B and make B C.
My only concern is, how long are we gonna give, is this
We
where
have
we
to decide
discuss
on-
how
That's what
long
we have
we're
to
giving
discuss and
people to
decide.
turn in their, okay. That this is important so people
All
know,
right, is there a second to move up?
I second
All
it.
right.
she did.
Kathy said.
Kathy?
It wasn't, sir, it was Kathy.
We just heard Kathy first.
Well, okay, that's nothing new.
I'm not saying a thing.
Too funny. She's got a cane, be careful.
Yes, like I said, I used to go like this to some of the kids and they walk away laughing.
Do we want to just do an
All in
all in
favor?
favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
I,
There you go.
So my,
Umair,
yeah,
if you don't mind.
so, you're gonna, yeah, go for it.
So we need to decide how long we want to post the vacancy for and where we want to post the vacancy for. So I think normal practice has been to do it on the website of the library, and then we also can post it in the journal if we'd like.
Mhm.
And we should put it in the newsletter if one's coming out in time.
I don't think that's
I don't
gonna
think the
happen.
newsletter will come out
It
in
won't come
time.
in.
Okay.
But can we put it on our library feed?
Yeah, oh yeah, we can
Facebook
put it on
or
social
Adobe
media.
Talk?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, every possible
Yes.
social media we have.
Yep.
And not social media.
And we'll share with some of our partners as well, our community partners, to post it.
and I'd like to recommend 2 weeks for the applicants to fill out whatever we're gonna fill out, or call you. I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't, if you give them any more time, yeah, it's just like, let's
2
move.
weeks from when? See, the thing is, if we're saying post it in the journal, it won't come out till next week.
Right.
The journal
Good point.
postings come out on Wednesdays. If we get them in by Friday morning at the latest, usually by tomorrow. And we already have the edits for this, so Margaret and I can get it to the journal to get it out. by next week. So Wednesday will be when it posts in the newspaper.
We
I
should
would say
post
2
the
weeks
same.
from
From
Wednesday,
then,
or even the Friday after that Wednesday, just because Fridays are usually a good time for people to apply for things.
I
But
just
if we
wouldn't let
put
it go any farther than
No.
2 weeks.
but you gotta give
And maybe
them,
you could shorten it up.
well, I would give them 2
I think
weeks
2
from when
weeks is
it's
good.
posted
Okay.
in the
all right.
journal.
Do we wanna post on the website the same day as the journal then, so everything's the same, or do we wanna
No,
do it
why not
ahead of
post
time?
sooner? Give people more time. Why
You
not
do it
post
ahead of
sooner?
time?
Yeah, I don't, if the postings go staggered, it doesn't matter, right?
No, that you just
Let's
have
get-
a hard date to have
Right,
it
we
in
just
by.
have a hard end date. We
Yeah.
don't have a
Yeah.
hard
Okay, all right.
posting date.
And I think the hard date should be from when it's posted in the journal.
Agreed.
So
Agreed
2
on that.
weeks from,
Well,
three-
2
oh,
weeks and
3
2
weeks
days.
from today.
So
Yeah,
post in
3
the journal next Wednesday, and then
And
2
then
weeks
give
from
an
then is
extra
to
2
Wednesday,
days.
so we
Right.
said until a Friday.
So 11:59 PM on that Friday.
Which is
Did we
sometime
say
in
August?
August, I think.
Oh, and I got the calendar.
August 8th.
Yeah, August 8th.
August 8th.
All right, thank you.
Yes, that is correct.
Just think windows.
What time did we say?
11:59 PM.
Oh,
Wednesday.
at midnight, almost,
Yeah.
okay.
11:59 Central.
On Friday.
Specify.
Friday, August 8th.
So we're gonna run it
Central
in the
Daylight
journal
Time.
both weeks?
I would.
I would,
Yeah,
just to make sure.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Wanted to
and then
clarify that.
individual trustees, I think, should reach out to their networks and.
Can we also reach out to Park Ridge as well? What's that paper that they have?
The Daily Herald,
Daily Herald, yeah.
but they have to live within our district.
But
Yeah,
we,
Do people from here read that paper?
I don't
Maybe,
know.
I
don't
think
know.
they're more likely to read the journal, but they might, but
or even the Des Plaines paper. What's
Yeah,
that?
there are a lot of
I'm
people
open to
not
that.
incorporated who don't really
get the
actually
journal.
know that they're part of this library district. In fact, there are people who live in unincorporated Des Plaines who don't realize they don't live in Des Plaines.
I know,
Well, you've also
So-
got unincorporated Glenview too, so
Right.
you're gonna, I mean, if you do for one, you've gotta
You're
do
gonna do for
Yeah.
all.
for
Yeah.
all, and I don't know all the papers.
but I know,
But I think that would be more beneficial
Yeah,
because then
I
we're
like
getting
It'd be a
Exactly.
wider net.
wider
Let's do
net.
it.
I
I'm
know,
good with that.
So which newspaper
That's factual.
specifically? And we can't guarantee, we only know when the journal goes out.
Right.
We don't know the other dates. that
So
the
I
other
personally
But that's the
think we
primary
do
target,
it
right? So-
from the date of the
on
journal.
the journal.
We
Yeah.
can't go, well, when is your paper, when is your paper?
Or we just
Yeah.
set the date of August 8th and then
And
when
yeah,
things go out.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
So the Des Plaines paper,
I
the
think,
Glenview paper if they have one.
Yeah.
I think Des Plaines is also called the Daily Herald.
Daily Herald.
I'm sure Tom Robb will know what they all are.
Okay.
Just tell them
Because
we
I think
want
it'd
it
be more
in the
beneficial
There's-
because we're
there's
getting our
also the
feelers
displays.
out.
Yeah, we cast a wider net.
Oh,
It's a good
please.
idea.
There's a Niles patch, I mean, not a paper, but that's an online thing, isn't it, the
Okay, I
patch?
have no clue.
Yeah,
It's
the
online.
patch is online.
Yeah.
yeah, patches online.
Once we have our social media posts, it would really help for any community members, but especially the board to post in your, the
Oh, sure,
local
you
groups
could-
that you're part of.
Right, you could do everything, I can do everything now.
Everything that- Yep.
Yeah.
It was like
I'll do it on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that would really help.
And it will be posted in the vestibule as well, right?
Yep, and we'll post it in the vestibule.
Okay, let me just recap
Can
for
we
my
say
own brain.
something on our podcast as well?
the meeting is.
I
Right,
don't
about
know how
17
often our
days,
podcast
and
goes
September
out, so it may not be
16th.
recorded in time
So
for
the
the 2
17th
weeks.
would be,
That would be, no,
But we could
16,
do a blog
because
post.
31 days.
Yeah, that would be beneficial
Yeah.
too.
September 16th. would be
All right, so
90
we're gonna
days
do a
from
blog post, we're gonna post it on the website, library, social media, we're gonna put it in the 3 newspapers
We should.
And the
And-
vestibule.
and the vestibule, and the end date to accept applications is August 8th at midnight. And what is the do we have an application form?
We're
Ready to
going to
go?
talk about that in closed session.
Okay,
I did email out some suggested forms.
all right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, I remember.
And it's 11:59.
Yes, 11:50, well,
What did I
It's
say?
midnight on the,
Central
Yeah, sorry.
Daylight Savings Time.
As long as it
Yes.
says
Center
August 8th.
CDT, Central Daylight Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it says
Uh-huh.
midnight,
Oh my
it'll be
God.
the next day.
Yep.
I'm in another time zone too.
Are there any other questions about,
Greenwich
how we're
Mean Time. If you
advertising
like
the
those,
vacancy?
people.
We're gonna kind of discuss that.
So we need to pick it, do we wanna talk about, yes, we do wanna talk about a
We got
date when we
dates.
can do the interviews then. Do you wanna meet, so the deadline is August 8th? And we have,
You'll need to have at least one closed session before even doing interviews to review applications.
Mhm.
That would have to be after August 8th, so maybe the week after August
Like a
8th,
special meeting.
like a special meeting.
Okay, all right.
We are, just to remind everyone, our regular meeting is August 20th. We already have a special meeting on the 27th for strategic planning retreat. So we're throwing in a third meeting into August.
Actually, a fourth, a third and a fourth, because we have to meet once to review the
Well, or we
applications
could
and
put
once
one of
to-
them into September.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We could, yes.
I think that 4
The
meetings in 1 month
interviews we
is
can
not,
put into
not
September.
happening.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so, August 13th,
yeah, I'd like to do the
are we
Wednesday.
available?
I'm
I should-
looking,
I should be able to.
I'm available.
Okay.
hold it, I've got something.
Yeah.
I've got a class here at 6.
Okay, we're available. Sorry, Patty.
I have to,
Well, if it's at 7, you could do both. Depends on what time.
yeah, if it's at
August
7.
13th? Yes, to
Yes.
review applications.
That's fine.
If we meet at 7 or 7:30, I can do it.
What time would 7 work for everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That's our regular time anyway. All right. And then the 20th we're meeting, the 27th we're meeting, so we're going into September then to do the interviews. Our regular meeting in September is on the 17th. It would be nice to do it before that, maybe?
Yes,
The 10th work for anyone, everyone?
So you're talking,
September 10th at 7, that's a Wednesday.
Okay, hold on.
10, I
Okay,
have
what day?
nothing. And you're talking the day for the interviews?
Correct.
So if we discuss the applications on the 13th, we could possibly, depending if we have the number we had last time, which was 12, we can narrow it down to fewer than 12
But we're not
and then
interviewing on the 13th. We're only looking at the applications. Is that what you said?
we can winnow
Yeah.
down, she's
Mhm.
saying we can cut
Okay.
people just based on the
Sure.
applications.
Yes,
Yes.
that's why we're doing that.
We don't
And
have to
then
interview everybody.
interview them on the 10th, is what
Correct.
you're saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
9,
That's
10.
what I'm saying. Thank you for clarifying my statement.
You're very
I knew
welcome.
there was a reason we invited you.
All right, is anyone not available on September 10th?
So
We're in
September
business
10,
at 7 PM, yeah?
So just a question, the 90 days in the statute, I forget, is it 90 days to make a selection or to make an appointment? So it's to
Fill
make
the-
an
I think it
appointment.
says to fill the vacancy.
Yeah, I don't
so
think I don't think anything about the appointment, just fill
to
it,
fill it.
right? Yeah.
So we have filled it once we've selected a person.
I'm not clear on that. I can find out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that means
well,
they have to be
if we
sworn
even
in,
select a
or-
person,
I don't think it means they have to be sworn in, because you were not, I don't think at that point.
Yeah,
what we could do is swear them in on the next meeting date, which would
And the next
still
week.
fall into the 90 days.
Yes.
So we interview them on the 10th and make a decision. Valerie notifies them later that week. They come to the next meeting the next week and are sworn in.
Yes,
And if you needed to, if Dennis gives us a different clarification, you could have a special meeting to swear in if needed.
yeah, we don't even have to, like, a special meeting to swear in is literally 4 people for 5 minutes to
Right.
swear the person in and then come back.
and we were discussing, or we had some stuff where we had, it had been discussed whether, excuse me, we were going to interview them in open session.
You know,
No, I don't think you-
Are
we need to discuss that anyway. So they, I mean,
That's
the
what I'm
options
guessing.
are to, I think I read that wrong actually, so.
Okay,
But we could also talk about, I think Valerie, you were gonna give us some sample questions that we could use if we wanted to.
In the
Is it in
close.
closed session? Okay, yeah,
Yes.
so we can,
okay, because I still lean towards closed session, but if we have, I'm flexible.
all right, so I think that is all taken care of. Did we miss anything?
No.
No, okay. All right, so then we are back to new business with the election of a board officer, which is now 6C, right? I don't know.
Is
need to
it?
say
I
that, but
move to elect a new, do we elect all the officers, or just the VP?
we just the vice president, I think, we have to fill
Okay.
that vacancy.
It depends on, so if you elect a vice president from a different
Mm.
officer, then you might need to elect another
Okay, got it.
officer, so.
To take that position?
Exactly, that's
Well,
why
it's
it
just-
has the parentheses.
You know,
Mm.
so we could screw with it and just like shift people around
We
just for
could,
fun.
yes.
Play a hopscotch type game?
Should we wait for Kathy to come back?
Can we do a 5-minute break?
Oh. Is there a motion to make a, I motion to have a 5-minute recess.
I second it.
All in favor?
In favor?
Aye.
9:01 PM. Do we motion to go back into open session?
I move to go back into open session.
I second it.
9:15.
You can use it if you have
I
to.
don't, I'm done.
Any
I'm just gonna
opposed?
make a comment on that one thing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alright, so back to new business. We are on to election of a board officer. We have a vacancy in the vice president office. Are there any nominations for a vice president?
I nominate Patty for vice president.
Do you accept?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any other nominations for vice president? Okay.
I'm so sorry, who seconded?
Nobody
Oh.
did.
Is there a second?
Was there a second?
I want to make sure.
Do we have to?
Kathy
No,
We
motioned.
don't have to.
Yeah.
It's not
And
a
then I was
motion, it's
asked if
just
I
a-
would
We
accept
don't
it.
need to
No.
do a second for this? I can't remember
I
how
don't
we did it.
Don't we have to though?
I believe
Hold
every
on.
motion
Say you
needs a
second.
I
second.
second it.
There, he
Okay.
seconded it.
There you go.
All
right, thank you.
Thank you.
You could have seconded it.
I thought it was when we did the last election, that's why I wrote it down that way.
Well, because of
So
Tara.
you accept it. Beautiful, and I'm gonna take a
Sorry,
roll
I
call
had to
now.
check the Ramadan
Trustee Toy, motion, trustee Kadir seconded for Patty Rosansky to be vice president. Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
dates. Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Treasurer Vitello?
Yes.
No.
Secretary Toy?
Yes.
President Keen?
Yes.
Okay, that's 6-0, and it passes.
You should've
Congrats,
voted
1, 2,
no.
3, 4, 5.
Congratulations.
I should have said
Congrats.
abstain.
So you don't need this.
No, you should have voted
That's
no.
okay.
I'd just like to remind the new vice president, Rosansky, that the duties as revised in our last bylaws are that that the vice president is to help with onboarding new trustees and also to read all the motions on the agenda into the audio for every meeting. So you have to
Oh,
read all the
geez.
motions in
Should have
So
told her
when
that
do I
before.
do that?
when we get to them.
When we
Like,
get
so
to
you'll
them.
be making the next one, when we get to 6D, you will read
Why
out.
is that?
Because that is what was recommended by the parliamentarian for good practice, so that it's in the minutes.
I don't want this position.
Too late now.
I should have
Yeah,
stated
right.
it before you
Can
Can I
accepted.
give it to somebody else?
I'd like to remind, that's why that came after.
So please, go ahead and make the next motion.
Which is D,
Yes.
action on ordinance set.
No, I'd move to
I-
take
Oh,
action.
excuse me. I move to take action on ordinance setting this schedule of meetings of the Board of Library Trustees of the Niles Main District Library for the fiscal year.
Go ahead and take a look.
What? No, this is my allergy, my asthma. Commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. This is the
We
asthma.
can, until that's resolved, I think we can maybe help you out.
Well, whatever, this is the asthma. I can't help it. When it's acting up, that's what happens.
I second.
I actually recommend a change to that
Oh,
motion to
okay.
say I move to approve the ordinance.
Okay? I move to approve it
Yeah.
with everything I already said.
The only thing I noticed on it was that on February 18th is the beginning of Ramadan. I don't know if that makes,
February 18th is the beginning of Ramadan, and March 18th is probably the last day. So
okay.
ideally, I'd love to see the February one move up a week and the March one move back a week, but, you
Which
know,
is
I'll do
fine
whatever.
with me.
Yeah,
Up a week is really hard for staff. Back a week is easier, but for
Okay.
us to get all of the statistics and reports that are needed, unless the board is okay with us delaying them by a month.
I mean,
Is the board okay with what she said?
I'm not in agreement with delaying the obligations of the library.
Well,
So.
Yeah.
we
Where
can
did
move
I
on.
put that
I mean,
stupid
I
page?
can come, leave early, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever,
sometimes
like
you have to
that's-
miss a meeting that's
Yeah.
expected, yes.
so, you know.
Okay. All right, so do we want to vote on them as they are then?
But I would prefer the March meeting at least be moved as well, because I definitely would not be able to make that one, because that'll be the last day of Ramadan.
Okay,
most likely.
Well, we could move February forward, I just would not like to move it backwards.
but it would still be in Ramadan.
Yeah,
It would,
so
yeah.
either way, it's gonna, it's
Okay.
not,
Right.
anytime after February 17th is gonna be an issue.
And I mean,
so.
that might be something that happens every year, right?
Yeah, it's gonna come
So
up
I mean,
every-
do we
But
want to
this year,
release?
but this year, it's just, it just so
It's-
happens that it's like,
Right on the meeting.
it's not like right in the middle and you gotta move it, it's like
Yeah.
right on the edge of the month, so it's easy
Mhm.
to move, because it's only, you're only moving it by a week.
What the heck?
Becky, I'll ask this question. As trustees, we're allowed certain absences,
Yes.
right,
Mhm.
in a year?
Right, yes, we
And
are.
is that 3 or less?
6, actually.
Legally, you can be absent for 12 meetings and still be a trustee. At your 13th absence, then you no longer have your position.
Yeah, so, but 13 total or 13 over?
13 total. Like in a row, it's in a row.
Oh, in a row.
Consecutive.
Consecutive absences.
That's the word.
Wow.
Yeah, consecutive.
Okay, what page is the dates?
48.
48.
It's a 6-year
Okay,
term.
I looked at 40, the
Yeah,
heck,
it's
I'm
a
not
30 years.
looking
Yeah, I
correctly.
don't necessarily like the
Your
idea of
position
delaying the
after
line.
that.
You want to see?
36, no,
Man,
It's not-
yeah, I mean,
It's
it's just,
before that.
you know, if it's inconvenient for others, that's, I'll just do
I
what
know
I have
what
to
I
do,
did.
but
I
I'm just
pulled it
saying
out,
that it's
put
gonna
it in
be
my
challenging.
bag.
I
Put it
probably would
someplace
miss,
else.
I would almost certainly
That
miss the
might
March
be-
meeting, and I might miss, or have to leave early in the February meeting, so,
Here, did I put it here?
if, as currently scheduled.
Yeah, I think it's probably good practice to keep the meetings as they are scheduled. And if you have to miss it, you have to miss
Okay.
it. Is that-
That's fine, yeah. I think this week's
Eddie, you
last
want
year.
my
I missed
copy?
it.
No, I had a
But it's this year, it
copy.
happens
no,
to
but
be
it
2
might be
meetings
easier
because
for you.
it's,
Yeah,
you know,
Please.
beginning of the month, end of the month, and
I
February's
have a
short month.
copy, it's just, I know I pulled it out.
Okay, here. Just look there.
Yes, dear.
Hey, geez.
So what date we're changing?
we're not.
No,
changing.
nothing's
It's
changing.
nothing? We're not
No.
changing the 18th?
No.
No,
Okay. That's what I wanted, so I could write down the new date.
no, we were just talking about it, but we. I think
Changed
you're
our
right.
minds? Okay, fine. I
All right,
can
so
accept
is
it.
there, shall we vote then?
All right,
So, Vice President Rosansky motioned, President Keane seconded. Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
Yes.
Schoenfeld, yes. Thank you. Vice President Rosansky, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Treasurer Botello,
Yes.
Secretary Toy,
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
This is really hard.
5 yeses, 1 abstain passes.
Thank you.
Next
I'm
is,
so organized, it's not, oh, here.
I can read it if you want.
That's
It's-
up to the vice president. Do you want
Do
to?
you want me to
Kathy,
read it, Patty?
Please.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I should be saying
I
motion
moved.
to approve.
no, I move to approve.
I move
I move to
Oh,
authorize.
thank you. I move to authorize a payment of $16,730 to CT Mechanical LLC from the Capital Expenditure Special Reserve Building Fund for the budgeted replacement of chilled water pump, parentheses, cap CHWP-1, close parentheses, period.
Second.
In a second.
Oh, okay.
Susie,
Suzanne seconded. Mhm.
Good work, Sue.
we're always fighting the second motion. Nobody wants your motion.
Rich, I have questions.
Yes,
Okay,
I will try to answer them as best as I can.
okay. Is this the existing pumps that are going to be replaced?
There's 2 existing pumps. In the picture, in the background motion, you can see the one on the
Those
top
two.
has been replaced.
Right.
That was the back in 23. And then the one on the bottom, actually March of 2024 is when it was replaced. It's actually right there.
Yep.
And then the bottom one, pump number 1, is what we're going to be voting on tonight.
Okay. And then.
They work in alternate So 1 week on, 1 week off. During the cooling season, these are the chiller pumps, so they provide coolant through the library up from the roof all the way through the basement and to the 2 air handlers in order to provide air conditioning.
Okay, and then does the selected pump operate to the best efficiency point to the energy point? So meaning do both balance out?
They
So like
operate,
one shuts off, one shuts on?
they operate 1 week on, 1 week off
Okay,
since 1997. And so they're both engineering firms in both mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection. Reports indicated that it's the time for them to be replaced.
and then for our warranty terms for the new pump
They're 1 year.
and for the installation as well?
Yeah.
And then including coverage for the parts and labor, is that additional?
In terms of if something breaks on
If
it?
something breaks or something?
Yeah, I mean, the installation is covered as well as the warranty from B&G, which is the pump manufacturer.
Okay.
It is being replaced with an identical pump, so just new. So the same engineering specifications are being met.
All right, and then 2 more questions.
Sure.
What is the expected life of the span of the chiller for the actual machine that we are going to have installed?
So the chiller was put in 2019, and it's on the roof.
Right,
The
and then with this one
250
here,
ton, and it's 20 years. I
Okay.
believe in the capital assessment, it's in there, if you drill down, I believe, chiller. I believe it's somewhere in 2039 is when that component would be scheduled to be replaced,
replace?
which makes sense, because, you know.
And the runtime for the pump as well, how does that?
The runtime from the pump is anytime the air handlers are on, so unlike the boiler pumps, where once it drops under 60 degrees, they run continuously. The chiller pumps only run when the air handlers are on, because it provides coolant to the coils in there, the chiller coils. So typically, we run it several hours before the library opens when staff come into the building. We do not run it at night unless the set points indicate that it's too hot in a particular zone, and then that particular air handler would turn on, and then the AC would turn on. And so the pump would turn on, one of them, whichever.
I assume this is all programmed and.
Yeah, it's all automatic.
Got it.
Yes, that's.
You're not like going,
Yeah.
Rich, go turn the
Right,
pump on.
no.
That's all my questions.
Yeah, and we've been maintaining them, so
I
at
was
this
gonna
point
say-
it's,
And you have a log also? right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
yep, absolutely.
Anyone else have questions?
Ready to vote?
So Secretary Toy moved and Secretary Schoenfeld seconded. Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I'm gonna abstain.
Vice President Rosansky?
Yes.
Thank you. Treasurer Vitello?
Yes.
Secretary Toy?
Yes.
President King?
Yes.
5 yeses, 1 abstain passes.
So the next motion is take action, how do you take action on a tentative ordinance?
So
Is it tentative by definition, so.
The tentative ordinance has to be posted for 30 days for the public before the board can vote on the final ordinance. So it does have to actually be the tentative ordinance.
And you have to read, I motion to approve.
Yeah,
correct?
move
to approve it, yeah.
Yeah, most of
I'll get it someday.
Go ahead.
All right. I move to approve Ordinance 25-02, tentative ordinance providing for budget and appropriations of the Niles, Maine District Library, Cook County, Illinois, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Before we get into the discussion of the budget, I just want to say a couple things that help me when I'm looking at the budget, just like that kind of things that I remind myself of when I'm looking at it. Because when I saw the big number at first, I was like, oh my gosh, that is such a giant number. But reminding myself to look at the operating budget separate from the special reserves helps me a lot, because the difference in the operating budget from last year to this year is actually only $413,667. That's not that much of an increase, and the reason for that increase is, as always, we have inflation, but we're also still filling the positions that were cut by the 2021 board. In addition to that, we are paying higher salaries because the staff unionized in response to that. So we're still digging out of that mess. I feel like that is the reason for the cost increase in operating expenses. But then, so we have the reserves that we have to think about too. We get criticized sometimes for having a lot of money in our reserves. So here we are, we're going to spend it. So we need to have it in there. And so when I look at the budget and think about those things, that helps me understand why we have such a large number there. And also, just because we budget something doesn't mean that we're going to spend it all. We didn't spend all the budget this year. We were about $25,000 under budget. But it's better to have the budget than not have it and then have to take extra money from somewhere. So those are just things that I was thinking about when I was reviewing everything. So I thought it might be helpful to mention this. And I am open for discussion. Any questions?
Well, I'll start. I do have a question with regards to bank fees, because under bank fees, for this year, there was a line item of $6,000. In the new budget, there is no value on there. And I'm just interested in knowing why would that be?
What page are you on?
I was looking.
Okay. This missed a line somehow, and it's got to do with, I believe, the COVID supplies. If you're looking at the one that just came out, the PDF from Valerie.
Yes, so I was looking at
Yeah, I think it did misalign, because if you look at the actual ordinance, which is what we're voting on.
Yeah, page 57.
Page 63.
Oh, but, okay, bank fees though are 57.
And I'm on 63.
Ours is 57.
She's looking at the ordinance.
Okay,
That's the
ordinance.
report.
That's what you're voting on.
Yeah.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so wait, where am I going?
Page 63 near the bottom. The
Appreciate
budget
it.
for bank fees
Okay,
is
yep.
9,000.
Oh, there we
Okay,
go,
I
there
got
we
my
go.
pages
Yeah.
all screwed up
In
here.
addition to the ordinance, Valerie provided the budget and revenue estimates.
Right.
Yeah,
too,
that's where I was at.
where there's
Sorry.
explanations
Yep.
that we've gone through.
Which, by the way, I'm sorry, I meant to start off by thanking Valerie and the
Yes.
rest of the staff for preparing the budget and all of this stuff.
Thank
That
you.
was a lot of work.
Fabulous. And the descriptions were extremely helpful.
Thank you. Tried something new this year.
Hey,
So.
I hope it works.
Okay,
Well,
so-
on the staff side.
I'm confused about exactly which is the most current.
The ordinance
Page
is what we're
63.
voting on.
I'm sorry.
The ordinance is current. What I sent yesterday, based on Becky's question comparing last year's and this year's budget, like Kathy said, I rushed to do that, and there was a misalignment in one of the columns. The total numbers are right, but some of the categories were misaligned. But what we're voting on is the ordinance, and what was provided in the board packet is correctly aligned. It's just the thing I created real fast yesterday that didn't quite align.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to disregard that PDF file that was emailed.
Yes.
So now I'm looking at then page 63.
Yep.
Why a decrease from $18,000?
18 is
Is
the
the
appropriation.
The new
Yeah.
one.
The new, okay.
Yeah.
And what does that include then?
The bank fees have gone up because we have added pay stations at the copiers.
Okay.
And we also anticipate adding pay stations for fax machines, because our fax costs have gone up exponentially in the past couple of months. People are sending a lot of faxes, and we've not been charging for them. and most local area libraries charge $1 a page for faxes. And so we're gonna start seeing revenue there, and the cost that's under bank fees for the copiers, we're actually getting income from that as well, because people are now able to pay at the stations, and so it's more convenient for our patrons. So the fees have gone up, but the income has also gone up.
And that revenue that's gonna be generated, where is it gonna be listed at?
So on the ordinance, we don't list revenue. The budget and appropriations ordinance does not list revenue, but if you look in that summary that's on the pages before, so on page 53, total revenues under pay for print is, for last year was $18,000. So it was double what the bank fees are.
Okay, and along with bank fees, where are we gonna show the investment fees when we do investments, like we're purchasing CDs or long-term deposits?
That also falls under bank fees. That's part of bank fees as well.
Well, would
If
we
we
itemize that though?
We've never done that before. Usually the ordinances are for broad categories. We don't usually itemize and separate out to that level. We can always give it to you from our reports if anyone's asking about it, but for the ordinance, it's very broad categories.
So I do have a recollection that the fees for this year were higher than $9,000. I don't recall the exact amount, but I want to
So-
say that it was higher than 10,000 just in investment fees for the entire year.
Our
So,
bank fees as of June 30th were $7,136 on page 57.
I would want to,
But we could increase that line if you're anticipating doing more investment work.
yes, I think that's going to be necessary. And let me, so that everybody knows where I'm coming, my point of view is that within the past, I want to say about 4 months, we've tried meeting as a finance committee, and for conflicts of schedule and other things that have gotten in the way, we haven't been successful at meeting as a finance committee. And so we have a lot of cash right now that's not invested. And so what I was seeking from the board is input with regards of the type of long-term investments. While I do have authorization to make some of those investment decisions, I would feel much more comfortable having feedback and input from the rest of the board. Specifically from the members of the committee, the finance committee. So with that being said, I think this is an opportunity for us to talk about some of those fees that are going to come up. Because I would imagine they're probably going to make a difference in the line item that you have there. And I'll say it now, I'll make myself available for the next 4 weeks, Mondays and Tuesdays at 7 o'clock, for us to meet for 45 minutes and talk about that. I think that's important, and I was hoping to get those meetings done before we had this meeting, so that we can have an understanding of where our finances are going to be and our investments. So with that being said, I think that bank fees is going to have to be increased.
Okay. Do you have a recommended amount?
Not at this point. I'll bring in my suggestions when we agree on a date to meet, but I don't have a specific amount at this time.
Okay, I understand the appropriations. Even though we budget 9,000, we by law can spend up to 18,000 as the appropriation.
Yes.
And I know we did that, if I recall, last year with possibly legal fees.
That was the year before, but yes, there is possibility to do.
Yeah, so I don't think it has to be changed. I wouldn't assume you're gonna have 9,000 in investment fees.
You know, I don't have the actual number, but I do remember reading a report where there was an excess of $10,000 in investment fees from the investments that we have done this prior year. So that's why I'm saying, now I'm not willing to commit to that number without providing everyone copies of that report that I read.
Doesn't this
So-
need to be filed though? We've got a timeline for the,
So we have to
Tentative.
vote on the final budget by the fourth Thursday of September. And if we get this into the newspaper, because we have to post this in the newspaper,
for
this one,
30 days, right?
for 30 days for the public to review before you have your public hearing about the budget. And so if we get it into the newspaper by Wednesday, which is the earliest it will get into the newspaper, we will, those 30 days bypass our August meeting by 3 days. And so you have to vote on the actual budget ordinance at the September meeting unless you hold an earlier special meeting in September. And keep in mind, like what you're just talking about, the budget is an estimate. It is an estimate of what we might spend. If you look at the previous year, we underspent in a lot of areas. This just allows us to do what we think we're going to do. So my advice, based on what Treasurer Botello is sharing, is that we potentially increase the budget line for bank fees to $19,000, add those $10,000 roughly that he is estimating, and then you double that for the appropriations. That is what our accounting firm does. Our appropriations doubles, and that should give us enough cushion, I would say, for what he's talking about.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that as long as the rest of the board would be comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sorry that I didn't have that report with me, but it's just that, again, I was trying to avoid a situation where, as President King had mentioned before, and I've heard it myself, the criticism about why is the library hoarding all this money and doing nothing with it or just sitting there when, you know, we have to make good use of the funds that we have. So I'm trying to avoid that situation and being accountable for the process that we have here with regards to the budget. So
I also have another recommendation, depending upon how the finance committee may want to proceed, that we add money to the consultants line item as well to consider a financial consultant specifically for investments. Because when we used to have a CPA on staff, that was one of their jobs. Right now, we do not have anyone on staff who performs that job, which is why many of our investments have matured and why we're gonna have a finance committee. But my strong recommendation is also using a financial advisor, or at least budgeting for a financial advisor that later the board can vote on, and putting out an RFP or considering our current
I
financial
definitely
advisor.
think that's a necessity.
So I would recommend adding $20,000 to the budget for consultants, bringing it from 60 to 80.
What page is that?
That is also
Same
on
page,
yeah,
just a little
just a
higher
little
on
bit
the
above.
little higher line.
Valerie,
Mhm.
I believe the investment income
Yeah.
fees come from the profit of the investments.
Yeah, they probably likely
So we are not
do,
paying them as a
separately
vendor.
tracking them, yeah.
Right.
So as what Rich was saying is as the investments come in, the money matures and they're paid out to the library. The fees are paid out from what we earn
Absorbed.
and they're
Yeah, you net
absorbed.
it.
So they may not come out of the bank fees line.
Because I looked at the bank fees
Yeah.
line, and those are like the credit card charges and other things that there's nothing in there that I can see to.
So
be
I-
invested.
And here, consultants though is only appropriation 100,000 and budget 50. If I have my paper straight
Oh,
on the
sorry, I was
line.
looking, I
I
looked
thought
at the
it
wrong line.
was
Yeah.
60.
So,
So
sorry,
it's
to 70 instead of 50, yeah.
70?
70
So it's 70.
and 140.
So are we still talking about moving the bank fees to 19,000?
I don't believe that's
We
necessary.
probably don't need to. We're not tracking them separately, like Rich said. He has our actual banking software up right now. He's looking at it.
So that money would come out of
Right.
where then?
Are you able to pull up the treasurer's report from this past year?
This past year.
Yeah, the one that I signed off on? The financial report for 2024?
No, I don't have that in front of me right
Okay, all right, yeah, that's where I remember the value, that number that I mentioned earlier.
Well, instead of, if you're concerned about bank fees, instead of bringing it up to 19,000, even if you bring it up to 11,000, so that's,
But it's because it's not coming out of that line.
if it's not coming out, yeah, why?
If we choose to start tracking it separately and including it in the bank fees line, I would advise increasing the number. If we want to keep tracking it the way we have been, we don't need to adjust the
Then
ordinance.
let's not,
How do you feel?
Well, I would, my thoughts is the more transparent we are, the better.
Okay.
So I would prefer to have it increase, and like you said before, it's an estimate. It's not that we're gonna spend that money, but at least we're accounting for it in the event that it does need to be spent.
Now, the challenge with that, if we report it in the way that you're talking about, is that our reports will be off. Because when we get the income, it's already going to have the subtracted fee. So we would have to change the amount of income that we get on the reports to add the fee to the separate line item. And I don't know how best to do that.
Right, and so those are part of the discussions that I want to have during the finance committee meetings, because that's one consideration that
Yep.
I was made aware of. And so, again, in terms of just us as a board, while I do have authority to make investment decisions, I want input from the rest of the board, because this is not money that I own. This is not money that's Roberto's bank account. This is the village, the library district's money. And so if we have to make adjustments to our accounting methodology, let's do it. Because I would feel much better knowing that the decision came from the majority of the board, with approval of the majority of the board, than walking around getting questions that I solely am responsible for those decisions. Not that I can't make them, but again, I want to hear other people's opinion.
If I could make a recommendation, because it's netted, and I think to inflate the income and then take away your investment fees to get you the actual net that we just got, that is going to be, just my opinion, real messy.
It is, it looks like
Maybe
false
you
income.
do a note or an asterisk at the bottom or somewhere that, and you would explain that the investment fees have already been taken out of the gross.
Right.
And here, here is, for transparency, here is what it costs.
Right.
That's.
Right, and
Yeah,
that's,
I
and that
vote for
decision,
Kathy's
again,
approach.
we should make as during the finance committee meetings, that hopefully we can get around to. So that then, as a board, we can make a decision on that motion that you're saying. And everybody, if any one of us is asked about our finances, everyone will give the same answer to whoever's asking. So, again, I'm in support of increasing it at the time.
So I think since this is the tentative ordinance, and we're not exactly sure if it's coming, I don't see it coming out of the banking line.
Yeah. It's just coming out of the investment
Right,
revenue line, so it's not part of our fees
Right.
line. My recommendation, based on what Kathy is saying, is that the transparency could come in the form of the treasurer's report as opposed to in the ordinance. But we could increase this line item anyway, because again, this is an estimate, and this allows, if the finance committee wants to change those things, for that to be discussed later this year and still be built into the budget. And if we don't spend that money, then it doesn't harm us in any way.
Yeah, I support that.
I'm fine with that.
I have a request from staff on page 63 at the top, downloadables. We have had a very sharp increase in the use of Hoopla and Libby, so the online book services that we offer, the ebook services. And staff, in doing research based on these increases, is asking for a lot more money in downloadables. They're asking for $220,000. The other option would be to limit the amount of checkouts that each patron could have in those services. Right now, we allow unlimited checkouts. We could limit 10 per patron per month and things of that nature.
And one of them, it was limited. Was it Hoopla?
Hoopla is limited right now.
Libby isn't, as far as I know, my using it as often as I do.
So that is up to the board if you want to allow some increase.
So
or
this 155.5 is the same as last year,
roughly
and they're asking to increase to
220,000.
220 even?
I was talking to somebody who's a board member in Michigan at a library, and she says they don't get Hoopla because it costs too much.
Yeah, a
So
lot of,
people need to realize how lucky they are they get that.
it is a big expense and it is a big value to the community. A lot of people don't have schedules that allow them to come physically to the library, and so we have seen a sharp increase in our downloadables.
So it causes a big hoopla.
I know myself, I come in occasionally, but mostly I use the downloadables. I'm sorry, my voice.
No.
His
It
joke.
was our trustee across the table.
Jamoke over there?
No, trustee Kadir.
Jamoke.
No, Patty. All right, we gotta move on.
Yeah,
Are we in support of that change?
I am.
I am for the
Yeah.
increase.
To change it to 220? Yes.
Yes.
And then for postage and freight, and I don't know how much of an increase this is.
Okay, where are we at,
We are
please?
still on page 63.
Oh, got it, postage and freight, yep.
Postage and freight. On Monday, postage costs
Oh, yeah.
went up.
Yep.
the
Mhm.
book of stamps is 16.
Yeah.
1560.
And I don't know what percentage of increase that is from the previous amount of stamps.
It's 73 cents a stamp.
So I don't know if we want to increase this line item or just anticipate that we might go above that budget a little bit and into appropriation.
Why don't we just make it 40?
Okay.
I know in the past, other board members said, that's why we have appropriations.
No, that's not.
And I don't feel that's how you should budget. Figure, it's there for an emergency, but I don't feel we should plan our budget on spending the appropriation.
And then one more on the same page. This is not a change in cost, but a change in the definition of a line item, and I'll explain why. Under professional development, I would like to add and staff recognition. Right now, our Sunshine Committee that celebrates birthdays, that cost comes out of pocket as far as cakes and treats for the staff, and staff have been asking for small costs like food during meetings and things like that. We would like to add that to the line item so that we can appropriately track it and give some money to the Sunshine Committee for the year. Okay.
Out of the same cost.
Same cost.
Yeah, just a
Yeah,
different
no problem.
title.
Line item.
No, just an extension of the title, right?
Yep, just an extension of the title,
No
so that it
problem.
can be appropriately tracked. We wouldn't have anywhere else to put it.
And it was professional development and?
And
Staff
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 recognition.
Recognition.
Thank you.
I do have a question with regards to utilities.
Yep.
And Rich,
Yes.
you might be able to answer this question.
I hope to.
I understand that electrical rates are going up, and are you comfortable with just 150,000? Because,
It's 36% increase.
yeah, I know. So,
It's at 190,000 for utilities
Yeah.
on the ordinance.
I think he meant just electric,
Yeah,
150,
just
going
electric.
up
Yeah.
from 99
Yeah.
to
What
100.
page, please?
54,
54.
64.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in overall, all utilities are going from 118, so about 120 to about 200,000. The bulk of that is the electric at 36% increase. Water is 25, so it's a higher percentage, but we pay for water much less than we do for gas. Gas is 16%. I'm looking at the budget analysis and review that Valerie
What page are you
provided.
on?
58.
You don't have
I
it in
don't
there?
have the page,
Let me
sorry.
see. It's okay.
I have a.
58.
58. It's on 2 pages, it's gas, electric, and then.
And then it's all added together on the,
On the ordinance, yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
So,
It's just to answer your question, both the water I calculated based on the Village of Niles information that they publish for all utility users. The electric and gas is from our energy consultants as part of the intergovernmental group consortium that we purchase gas through. This is their estimate that they provided all government agencies that purchase under that cooperative. So I'm using that number. It's a huge increase. I'm hoping that that's gonna cover us. We are anticipating additional hours at some point possibly. So if the library board is going to look at that, we might have to have the lights on a little bit longer, the cooling a little bit longer, the heat maybe a little longer, so maybe additional funds. I think budgeting this is appropriate at this point. I know there's the appropriation, and as some board members have indicated that, we really shouldn't not try to run it. Our best estimate with the guidance that we have from our consultants is that's where we should be. But I'm not opposed to increasing it if that covers us.
sure. Well, the reason why,
Especially, like you said, if we're considering increasing the hours, we're open.
yeah, and, I mean, just this afternoon, I heard a report on the news with regards to the data centers and how much power AI is using, and they're anticipating an increase in rates for
Right, so
users.
some of these are locked prices. The increases are coming from the parts of the bill that are not locked, so delivery charges. So most customers are gonna see increases starting in July delivery costs. And so those are part of the things that are not locked, they fluctuate. There's also something that we've been dealing with over the past year where we used to get credits for some parts of the bill, and those credits were kind of mandated for a number of years, and then after that time, they were released to the market, and so we've had, $1,000 or $2,000 per month additional costs that we used to get as credits. But that's already factored in. But, I can tell you that based on all the existing contracts that we have, both for natural gas and electric, these are the rates, these are the increases that are in there based on what we currently are gonna be using, the past year. So that's all I really can tell you.
Well, I wouldn't be opposed to increasing that, even if it's an additional $20,000. To say, we don't have the ability to negotiate a rate, right?
So
'Cause
it's
a-
negotiated through the consortium,
Right.
and so there's a multitude of municipal and government agencies that are part of the consortium, and we get better rates instead of going directly.
Yeah. Well.
So these are really the best rates that we can get.
Uh-huh.
And they hedge stuff differently, and we can go into that conversation more in detail. But overall, I'm comfortable with this, knowing that there is an appropriation and there are funds there to be able to pay for it without having to go and levy more. So that's just my opinion at this particular point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So leave it as.
Leave it as is, or increase it?
I feel comfortable leaving it as, I don't know how everyone else feels.
Rich, do you feel comfortable living?
Yeah,
with this?
I do. I mean, I think it's a big increase, but again,
For me,
I don't want to be put in a position 6 months and, oh, we're 20,000 higher and we could have just budgeted 20.
Yes,
But we could be right on line, so.
But-
And the
Right.
appropriations is significant enough to
Yeah.
hold a potential $20,000 increase
yes,
and
Right.
potentially more.
I wouldn't want to inflate the budget any more than what we're anticipating based on the experts that we have.
so no,
No, I would recommend that.
I'm trying to give you more money, Rich.
I know.
Come on now.
Just remember this conversation if we go over that budget line.
It's on tape.
I try to be as frugal as possible, as many of you know over the years, and, you know, that's how it is, so. Sometimes, you know, this is a big change,
Mhm.
you know, we haven't had, like last year, all the contracts and all the rates, other than what I alluded to with the electric switching from a credit to a charge, which we were able to still beat with the estimates that we had. This is like unprecedented. I mean, the fact that it's such an increase, so.
Yeah.
yes, it is.
Do you have any other?
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
I'm sure there's more questions from other trustees.
No,
I don't have any.
Suzanne?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, then do you have numbers?
I will add them up right now.
we increased, oh no, we increased more than just one thing.
We did.
We
A few.
increased 3.
Okay, this is hard to read because it has a lot of extra zeros.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Okay, the budget should be increased by 98,500 if I did my math right.
Plus
It was an additional 95,000, right?
She said 98.
98,500.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet then.
I mean, you've got a $64,500 increase on downloadables, $20,000 increase on consultants,
Mm-hmm,
$4,000 increase on postage and freight, and $10,000 on bank fees.
Yep, the total I get for the full budget is $11,378,500.
300.
What is it just for operating?
300 and what?
I didn't add just
Okay.
operating. $11,378,500.
No, I don't think so. 873. I got 11,378,500.
That's what I said.
Oh,
Yeah, 11,378,500.
Sorry. I heard
I'm glad you
300.
double checked.
I heard 300 at the end. Sorry.
No, she
And
did say
then let me do
500.
operating, because all the increases were in
You said the
operating.
total was 98?
98,500 for the whole budget.
The increase.
But you said there was a 65,000?
64,000,
64. okay.
That's in
5,000
downloadables.
Got it.
downloadables.
I rounded it up to 65, sorry,
Oh,
that's why.
I did too.
All right. Oh, okay. Ooh,
I got 99, but that's where the difference is.
Okay. And
I'll
for
explain.
operating costs alone, the operating budget goes up to $8,063,500.
8,063.
500. So 8,063,500
In the special reserve building, that,
hasn't changed.
and right, but I just wanna, Rich, can you reiterate what that's gonna cover?
Sure. The building is 2.8.
Yep.
It covers the lower level remodel, which has the information from tonight.
Yep.
The additional bathrooms.
Yep.
Additionally, from the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, as well as the new capital assessment report.
Capital what?
Capital assessment report from product architecture, as well as other reports that the board has previously seen. There are things such as the humidity boiler replacement, the elevator modernization, fire sprinkler system maintenance, that dry pipe that was talked about, service desk replacements to meet ADA, self-check counter to meet ADA, door access controls that we have been working on but have been delayed, interior signage, building envelope and other ground maintenance from the capital assessment. And that is for the building, that's the 2.8.
That's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That gets us to what now in special reserves?
As it is. Leave it at,
Yeah.
oh, you mean what's left?
Yes,
We haven't calculated that yet.
okay.
Once this budget, tentative budget is approved, I will send it to our financial advisor. And for the next meeting, he'll have a recommendation of how much money to move into special reserves. Because we can do that by August 30th.
Yes,
And then we'll have a better idea of what will be left in special reserves.
well, that's what I'm concerned of.
Sarah,
Because
Anna.
if we have any more big things that need to be replaced mechanically, we need to have money.
Absolutely.
Are we ready for a vote then?
Yes, indeed. I move to,
Or I think we already,
oh,
You already
or
have
do
it.
we have to
You
make
have
an
to
amended
amend
motion?
it. Mhm.
I move to approve ordinance 25-02 tentative ordinance providing for budget and appropriations of the Niles Main District of the Library of Cook County, Illinois, as amended in the prior discussion for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025 and ending June 30, 2026.
Thank you. Second. Hopefully, this won't be so bad next month.
Well, if it is, I'll read again.
You know what it is? They're talking the atmosphere for people with.
Oh, it's been, oh, yeah.
It's been bad.
That's,
And the fires in Canada.
Yeah.
yeah.
Are we
that's
ready
what
for a
it's
vote?
bad. It's bad.
All set?
Yes, Margaret, go
Okay.
ahead.
So Trustee Kadir amended and Vice President Rosansky seconded. Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Abstain.
Vice President Rosansky?
Yes.
Treasurer Botello?
Yes.
Secretary Toy?
Yes.
President Key?
Yes.
5 yeses, 1 abstain, and passes as amended.
Thank you so much.
We are
Welcome.
so
Thank you.
excited about the good things coming.
Me too.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, we need a motion to move into closed session.
I move into executive session to discuss the appointment, employment, compensation,
Do we have-
discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees under 5 ILCS 120/2C1, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting 5 ILCS 120/2C11, and discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06.5 ILCS 122C21.
I second it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was working on it, you know, I raised my hand sometimes, but
Okay,
that was a big thing.
thank you. Trustee
All in
Gidea?
favor?
Aye.
Got it.
10-10.
10-10, thank you.
All right, back in open session. 12:21 p.m. a.m. July 17th, 2025.
Oh, entertainment.
Oh, wow.
I never remember. Do we have to motion to go back and do?
No.
Okay, all right, so we are on to other. Does anyone have other?
No.
I
Trustee
do.
Botello does. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to remind everybody in Finance Committee, I will be available for the next 4 weeks on Mondays and Tuesdays at 7 o'clock for a 45-minute meeting as Finance Committee.
Here at the library?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So respond to when you're available so that hopefully we'll hit a date, the sooner the better. And I'll check with Valerie to find out if this room is available or we'll need to meet somewhere else. But it's a 45-minute meeting to discuss finances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will also
Thank
be
you.
glad to make myself available if you need me on an evening, if that works better for people
Thank you.
as well, and if you want me there.
Aren't you on the committee?
I am on the committee, but I don't know if these are just individual meetings with Trustee Botello. I wasn't clear about that.
It's
Oh,
Finance Committee, and
Okay.
so my understanding is that currently it's Kathy Toy, Suzanne Schoenfeld, yourself, and Mike, and me.
I think
So,
it would be very valuable to have you.
Perfect,
Right.
I misunderstood. I thought that you were meeting individually with people since we couldn't get a committee meeting together, but now I understand, sorry about
Got
that.
it. Any other?
That's it.
Any
It's
other
after
other?
midnight.
There is no other.
All right, I motion to adjourn the meeting,
Second.
12:22 a.m. Any nays? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Hooray!
Thank you.
I should have voted nay.